Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena hosting this week's Sunday Million. 10,350 entries, a prize pool of more than $1 million. Day 2 getting underway with 75 players remaining competing for a seat at the final table and a first prize this week of more than $108,000. We will have cards up coverage as we play down to the final 9 and down to a winner. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Sunday $1 million babies. What's up?
So Joe, we're doing this for the second week running. I'm wondering if we can see anything more surreal than last week where we had a 15-minute heads-up battle between two guys who had done a deal and were literally playing for $0.
No, I don't think it will get any stranger than that. I really don't. I don't know where we can go from there.
The action has already started. So let's get to our first feature table, Joe, and it is headlined by Dominic Nietzsche, Boona Teru, not involved in this hand. And Dominic is a player who comes into day 2 a top 10 stack, 8th in chips at the start of play.
Not surprising. It almost feels unfair to the rest of the field that they have to have Dominic Nietzsche in the mix. This is something that the amateurs are supposed to win every once in a while, guys.
But we have instead got Linky against Sick and Social. And it is the straight here for Sick and Social. And tough to pay off this river bet with just a pair of aces.
You're like, that's a bad turn card. That's a bad river card. Not a great flop either, to be perfectly honest.
So blinds right now are 20,000, 40,000. They will go up in 7 minutes' time. We're playing with 15-minute blind levels at this point in the tournament. Average stack right now, 1.38 million. And a reminder that we will play down to a winner today. 75 down to 1. The Sunday Million, a 2-day event. And we see Dominic in action already, Joe, opening here with King 10 of clubs.
All right, well, nothing super suspicious about this so far. I don't see why he's so great. Anybody could do this.
Mr. Striker has artisanal sourdough, ace 5 suited.
All right.
And flops pretty good, top pair and the nut flush draw.
This is pretty much gin. This is why they love the artisanal sourdough.
Dominic with the gut shot straight draw does have dirty outs. Bets just shy of 120,000. Continuation bet into a pot of 216,000.
But he's got 3 clean outs. Let's focus on the positive.
Not sure how he's going to respond to this check raise from Mr. Striker. Calls.
Wow, peels one.
Deuce of hearts on the turn.
This would be a bad time to get weird with a float.
Striker, you're coming in too fast. Boona Teru. Dominic Nietzsche checks it back on the turn. Board bricks out for Dominic. Just a pair of aces for Mr. Striker.
Maybe it is a good time.
Check, check.
Nope, doesn't go for it.
And victory for Striker. Let's introduce our special guest for this evening. Last week we had Nick Walsh analysing the action. This week we have Benjamin Spraggy Sprag with us on the stream. Spraggy, how are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Happy to be in your company. I'm assuming that the bandana is less a fashion accessory and more a practical means of keeping your mop under control.
Well, clearly I'm not a man who cares too much about how he looks. This is purely practical reasons. I don't want the hair in my eyes. We've got a big couple of hours coming up. You know, white hot Sunday Million action. I want to be able to see everything. So this is just, as you say, think of it like a visor more than a fashion
Is your whole
accessory.
goal at this point just to make people as angry as they can when they first look at you?
Yeah, I think so. That's as good a goal as any, Joe.
Just start off on the worst foot possible.
Yeah. And hopefully slowly work even further down through my actions and behavior. So Dominic, huh? Making another deep run in another major tournament, another Sunday Million. How does he do it?
He is a force of nature, it has to be said, and is still, despite losing that last pot against Mr. Striker, a top 10 stack with 74 players remaining now. But this is an opening raise from Tony Bardillo. Tony with the ace-10 of diamonds.
Might be looking to get some action here. Ace-queen, pretty short stack.
Yeah, I keep wanting to call this player LinkedIn. Every time I see that link, it's automatic. It just rolls off the tongue, right?
Oh, please don't. Look, we all have these jobs, though. You don't have to be on LinkedIn, do you, James?
Whoa! Away goes the
LinkedIn.
ace-queen.
Prize jumps? Prize jumps? Prizes? Anyone?
Chips mean prizes, but ace-queen's a pretty strong hand when you've got, what, 12 big blinds? 12 and a half big blinds?
Yeah, and just to reference the prize jumps there, you're
It's a
not
big one.
far off, Joe. Yes, with 74 players remaining, everyone has locked up $1,000, but there is a money jump of nearly $500. So you pretty much increase your payout by 50% if you can hang on to 71st place.
So we
We know
definitely gonna
Spraggy
see.
doesn't care about prize jumps.
I play for the win, Joe. You know me. You would never catch me live in the PokerStars arena folding for 4 hours straight just to make a few ladders.
Nope.
We're definitely going to see some of that. I do think the ace queen probably needs to go in anyway. It's a fairly tight fold. We do see ace 10 continue on this flop, and Dom of course go nowhere with the flush draw. It's a little bit delicate for the ace 10 of diamonds just because 7-7x board versus the big blind. You know, the big blind player is going to have a lot more sevens than the early position open. So we see Dominic sort of using that to his advantage here with the turn lead and gets the ace side to fold. Masterful.
What a jerk.
We have got some smack talk from the appropriately named The Smacker. Spraggy, weren't you playing day one of this? I don't understand how you could be commentating day two then. When you've got 10,350 entries and only 75 players get to come back for day two, you know, mathematics is working against you. I'm interested, though, what is your history with the Sunday Million? Have you had any success in this minefield of an MTT?
Not any notable success. I've had some sort of threatening success runs. Final 2, final 3 tables. I think actually one of the anniversary editions with the bigger guarantee, I had a really decent
Final
run.
2 is worth noting.
The final 2 tables.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all the money's up top, the glory's up top, final table. But a lot of players, you don't forget, I've been playing poker for 10 or 12 years, probably tournaments for 4 or 5. I'm actually kind of disappointed that I haven't made a more significant run in the Sunday Million because I always describe it on a Sunday as like the flagship event, right? It's the big one. And I have played it every single Sunday for probably 3 or 4 years now, with very few exceptions. But no, nothing really to write home about, sadly.
Sorry, I was unaware of how many attempts you had made. I'm done making excuses for you now.
Oh, hello. We've got deuces that apparently never loses, but then you've got queens for Sick and Social and aces for Zeka Surf or Zika Surf.
And this is why you fold and ladder up.
Yeah, and of course, Dom with one of the other queens as well. So it looks like Sick and Social in very bad shape. Just see what Mr. Striker's going to do here with the 7s in the sandwich.
Striker, I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you.
Striker 7-7 as well. Might be a favorite hand, and 7 is always coming. Who knows?
Well, there is the virtual shove from Zika Surf. And I'm assuming that Striker's going to get a chance to get away from the Spraggy if Sick and Social either just flats here or does this.
Yeah, pretty easy rejam, and I think obviously 7's favorite hand or otherwise has to get out of town. Just too much heat for them to take, and Sick and Social will feel pretty good about getting in against a very short stack, but of course, there's the bad news. And 1 queen already dead. Oh, what a flop.
Set over set sickness And the double up for Zika Surf up to 1.2 million. Second Social down to 833. Blinds up 25,000, 50,000.
So I'm just looking around the table here. I don't think I recognize any names really apart from the obvious Dom there in the cutoff. But that's the great thing about covering the Sunday Million. I think it's a really nice idea that you guys have we've started doing this, because it does shine a light on players of all backgrounds. Players come from everywhere. 10,000 run a field plus normally every week.
So you don't remember any of these names from the Sunday Storm or the Hot 22? Your usual
on my usual slate? No.
Lions.
No, I mean normally I'm pretty good with names. Like I would recognize a lot of regulars and play every day, but there's no one who springs to mind. So interested to see how this one plays out.
Kyle,
Second Social maybe I've played with a little bit.
I have to say, Kyle, bloke CDP, keep them coming. All airplane quotes gratefully received for as long as we have Striker at this feature table.
Oh my God. There's a sale at pennies.
That's a Johnny quote.
You said airplane quotes, but always moving the goalposts on me.
Has Spraggy seen Airplane? Of course I've seen Airplane. It's actually one of my favorite comedy films of all time. It's very, very good.
Comedy films? It's like an alien would say.
We have seen your comedy film about the aeroplane.
I enjoy humor, laughter.
The autopilot is inflatable. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, it's good to be back. 10s for Zika Surf. Definitely going to see some 4-betting here. I like the 3-bet from the ace-8 of clubs. There's the 4-bet all-in. Zika Surf chipping up after the aces, now with the 10s, and now with the 9s.
Yeah, Zika Surf having a great orbit here, opening with the 9s. And
King Jack
all
suited,
in.
presumably all in.
Oh, man. What are we at here? Is this a stone ladder spot? It is.
No, I think we're 2 off the money jump. But that is going to be a jack on the river. That is the double up for Soa. Yeah, 73 remaining, and the money jump is when we're at 71.
Got it.
And it's ace-king for Dominic Nietzsche. However, Tony has got kings.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty big hands out the gate. There's a 3-bet, as you'd expect. Certainly too deep to just shovel in. King's going to try and induce some action, and no doubt going to receive it from Dom.
How do you navigate a 10,000 player field without ever running into this spot?
Well, Dom runs into it. Certainly going to need to find an ace or some diamonds. You'd imagine.
Okay, I've just looked in the lobby, and now we're at 72, Joe. So now we're on that money jump. So we might see a little bit of a pause before the trigger is pulled here.
Absolutely understandable, and definitely the correct play. This isn't a slow roll in any sense. Just trying to make sure you get that extra money locked up. Anything can happen, even though you have king. So this is the smart play.
Lots of other tables in play. Someone could very easily be going broke right now. Come on.
And Barry Greenstein does not make an appearance. And so that will see Dominic Nietzsche now down to 900K.
Just one of those, isn't it? Completely unavoidable. And as you say, Joe, it's kind of, you run through 10,000 players and come into the final 72 we're at now, and just an unavoidable cooler. That's the way tournament hold'em is sometimes. It's a cruel thing.
Saw this last week as well, these just ridiculous but inevitable collisions when you get so close to the final table. And it does just seem so brutal and so unfair. It's what makes the game appealing, but it's also one of the things that is so frustrating to have cut through more than 10,000 players only for that to happen when you're 9 or 10 eliminations away from winning a 100K score.
Yeah, and especially in obviously the nature of tournaments in general are very top-heavy with payouts, but something like the Sunday Million, really all the money is up on that final table. I had a very similar thing yesterday playing the double deuce on a Sunday as a $22 turbo, and it had 6,800 runners yesterday. I was in for $22 and came 12th out of nearly 7,000, which you think is great. But that was for about $440, which is nice. But first place is 16,500, and it's like 11 more places.
Oh my God!
There's just some really, really brutal tournaments, and the Sunday Million definitely one of them where just it's so important to make the final table. All the glory, all the money is right there.
All in here from Surt with jacks. Dominic calls with nines. 9 on the flop.
Solid.
And on the river, that is hashtag death by quads for Surt, who did make the money jump, however, and goes out in 70th place for $1,483. Nietzsche back up over $1 million and has queens here.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and with that ladder having just passed, it looks like Sick and Social, a little bit more free to play outside the confines of that page up now. So Ace-Jack, imagine, is a hand that's going to come in for a raise. And given how good Dom is and how often he's going to be playing back, we just see the all-in and a call. Ace-Jack versus the Queens.
And that is
river.
4 clubs on the board. The nut flush there for Sick and Social. And just like that, Dominic Nietzsche is back to being a short stack. 300K at the 25-50 blind level.
And has to walk out blindly blind. Some roller coaster for Dom. Got it all to do now.
So Striker has been replaced by Ask Him.
Ask him what?
Ask him if he wants to go all in with jacks.
Looks like yes.
Fold, fold.
Ask him if he's seen Airplane.
And now the
Bloke.
all in from LinkedIn with Ace Jack of Diamonds.
Understand the fold with the Ace-10. Like it, though. Nice to not get caught up versus this. It could be sometimes tempting once this is like a 7.5 big blind jam. But I think even versus early position, I think Ace-10, fine to just pass and let it go here. There was an Airplane too as well, wasn't there? I think that didn't they go to space, but not as good.
It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's just let's do the same jokes again. Only I just rather watch Airplane over and over rather than ever watch Airplane 2.
Yeah. Yeah, again, Airplane is one of not only my favorite comedy films, but one of the films that I have watched the most times, I think. Just probably 10 plus, easily.
Do you watch it on your movie player?
On my movie player, yes.
On my film
in
screen?
my lie down bed.
Ace is here for Tony. Opens to 122,500. Sick and Social in the big blind.
Tony.
Certainly a hand that can be defended. It's pretty unfortunate. It doesn't connect with too much. I think it is slightly deeper stack depth. We might even see some 3-betting of this. I mean, even at this stack depth, we might see some 3-betting of this. And I'd imagine once Sick and Social connects with the 5, they'll be continuing. And this is probably a turn that favors them a little bit in general.
Ben, can we fold King 5 offsuit? Can we just fold it pre-flop? Is that okay?
Yeah. I mean, I think okay. Certainly versus what was a 2.2 X Open versus a min raise, you have to defend practically anything, or most things. Certainly everything suited and somewhat playable, like King has reasonable high card value. But versus 2.2, maybe you could make argument to fold it. I think this is a board, and certainly river now where Sick and Social shouldn't be losing too many chips. Unless they decide to somehow leverage the deuce position. But they probably, if they are folding anything in the big blind, it's probably some of the deuce X. So it's not really one where they're going to have hands like 7 deuce and 9 deuce and 10 deuce. These are all folds. So just a fold. I like it. Get out of town.
And now it's Dominic Nietzsche's turn to pick up the aces. And boy, does he need them. All in. Anyone who can give him action.
Again, we see the ace-10 offsuit into the bin. Seems good. Dom gets one through. Unfortunately, certainly not a hand he wants to get through, quote unquote.
66 players remaining now. And Dominic Nietzsche started day 2 of this week's Sunday Million as one of the biggest stacks, is now one of the shortest stacks, hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Meanwhile, LinkedIn shoves with ace-9, doesn't get any action.
Dom's one of these players who has a very, very unique pre-flop style. Of everyone I play with, Dom's pre-flop strategy is as different to what might be considered the norm, the standard, right? And
Yeah, I love that.
certainly over the last couple of years, there is this idea that everyone plays poker in a similar way. And Dom, pre-flop, I don't know what he's doing. I mean, he's a much more talented player than I'll ever be, and you know, has studied the game infinitely more than I have. But he is a player who's implementing a lot of limps, a lot of different sizings. So there with the aces, as my understanding is, of around 10 big blinds, aces is a hand that almost exclusively limps in. And Dom is certainly someone who uses a high limping strategy. So interesting that he shoved. I know he had like, what, 7 or 8 big blinds, so maybe he's short, but he's not implementing a limp strategy. I imagine his only strategy is to go all in here with the ace-king.
And I think Zika Surf's kind of priced in here. Does call with the Jack-10. And it's an ace-high flop. Straight draw, though, for Zika Surf, who bricks the river. And that is going to be a double up for Dominic Nietzsche. Just going to cut across here to our secondary feature table. A table that is headlined by the current Sunday Million chip leader, Grezeg, who we see there in the top left-hand corner with a stack of 4.78 million. Hero from Canada is the second biggest stack right now with 4.3 million. The Bond nerd in me is interested by Gogol 878, who has the kind of sexy Soviet agent as their avatar. And you may know that General Gogol was a character in many of the Roger Moore movies in the late 70s, early 80s. You know, the guy with eyebrows who's on the phone about the submarine and then about the space shuttle and then tries to get the ATAC from St. Cyril's and then, like, denies he had anything to do with blowing up Silicon Valley. A plot that makes no sense, by the way. We'll save that conversation for another day. He was kind of like the main kind of Russian antagonist in the Bond movies, General Gogol. So I'm just wondering whether this player is a Bond fan and whether the selection of that avatar and user ID is in any way an acknowledgement of their 007 fandom.
Well, I once drove the band Gogol Bordello from Long Beach Airport to their hotel in a passenger van. So I've got stories too.
And good ones. Isn't Gogol also the really big number that Google was supposed to be named after, but they... Sorry, I became a human robot, android, weird person again. But isn't Google supposed to be... Was it the big number? It's like...
No, it's Google, I think.
That's a Google, not a Gogol.
Same thing, though, really, isn't it? Gogol.
No. The story's got less and less relevant as we moved on, so I think it's probably...
Well, chip leader opens here with aces. Makins gets away from the snowmans. Marco Villa calls with 9s. And General Gogol, who is another big stack, has kings here. We could see a big collision here between two of the biggest stacks at this table.
Yeah, and it is one of those somewhat underbluffed spots from the big blind because it's so appealing just to take the flop, getting a good price. Not many people 3-bet too frequently, especially versus under the gun, which is naturally the strongest range, right? So when Google 3-bets here, it's typically a hand that is really, really strong. So it'll be interesting to see what Grezeg will do. I think, in general, some flatting, but if you know that your opponent, for the most part, is going to be really, really strong when they 3-bet you under the gun, sometimes it's better to just start shoveling chips in because you don't want to kill action. You don't want a bad flop. If they have queens or kings here, they're probably going with it. You don't want like a 7, 8, 9 flop, right?
Love that. Really? Aces?
That's an incredible call.
Oh, please. The problem is you hedge when you do that. And then when you call it off, you're still right.
That's what I mean, though. You know, this is immediately, as soon as that 4-bet comes in, it's a very, very passive dynamic. He kind of knows. Kings versus aces, this is a huge part.
Absolutely huge. And there's a king on the river.
Oh!
And it's a bad beat for the former chip leader. Grezeg now down to 1.2 million. General Gogol is now #1 in chips, as well as in Major Massive as Heart. 7.1 million. Very sorry, says Gogol.
Liar. Liar.
No, and I think, see, people, there's always a debate whether you should apologize or not. I think you can be sorry because you literally can't give the chips back. It's the best time to be sorry.
You could be empathetic.
Right. I'm sorry when I say it.
Let's just stay here for one more hand and then head back to table Nietzsche. I can't fold. No. Don't say anymore. Just
quiet.
Leave it.
Just up.
Ace-8 versus 5-4. Gut shot for David. Sorry, Joe. Belly buster for David.
A belly buster. We're only calling them belly busters from now on, Spraggy.
You are? That used to be a thing, though, right? That's a legitimate thing. The double belly buster.
Absolutely. Well, we're bringing back the belly buster.
Love it. Love the C-bet too.
The belly buster sounds more fun than a gut shot. Like a gut shot sounds really painful, right? Whereas a belly buster sounds kind of like comedic.
A belly buster could just be a good meal.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A substantial meal.
Oh, I had a curry last night. It was a real belly buster. Whereas a gut shot, you have visions of someone with like a metal knuckle duster just going for the stomach again and again.
That's so
Or
that was very visceral, wasn't it?
Or
Was
Tim
very
Roth
visceral.
getting a bullet in the belly and bleeding to death over the course of a 90-minute movie. That was a Reservoir Dogs reference, just in case anyone didn't get it.
I knew that one. It hurts real bad, but it takes a long time to die from it.
So down to
Zika
60
Smurf now.
players.
Yeah, all in. He's been on the. They've been on the roller coaster, doubling up with the aces and then losing the pot against Dom with the Jack 10 suited, priced in. Now all in with the king and the queen. Ace-8 folds and 6 deuce will presumably follow. Indeed.
Thank you to Uncle Jonesy for informing us that there was a pizza called the Gut Buster at the shop around the corner from my old place.
Yeah.
I remember I've seen so many of these restaurants where they have like the challenges, like the food you can eat. And I remember, and it's so English. There was a kind of an American style diner in Canterbury where I went to university. And they had this like challenge where if you could eat like their biggest starter, their biggest main course, and their kind of Mississippi mud pie, which was a portion for 2, if you could eat all that and a milkshake, you got a free t-shirt. Not, oh, it's free, or not there's any real cash prize. You got a t-shirt. And it's like, why would I make myself physically sick to the point of not being able to walk for a week?
Don't forget spending 50 pounds on food.
That's true, right? Yeah, because it would be cheaper to buy the t-shirt and not have indigestion. LinkedIn just got eliminated there, by the way.
I wish there's no actual way to eliminate LinkedIn. I've tried.
Yeah, Dom finding the 8, and he's right back in the game, which I think is good for our broadcast. I'm pretty interested to see how Dom navigates a field like this deep. They had something like that when I was at university in Cardiff. We had a cafe that was some ridiculous plate of breakfast. But like you say, James, if you finish that, you ate for free. Like that was the whole appeal. Like if you can finish your plate, you eat for free.
Exactly.
I know in America as well, they have like there's a place called the Heart Attack Grill or something.
That's in Vegas.
It's in Vegas, but it just serves like unreasonable amounts of food, and I don't understand the appeal. Like why would I just want to make myself?
I did a challenge in college myself. There's a place in Boston called Eagles Deli, where I ate the Godzilla burger, and if you finish it, you get your picture put up on the wall.
Are you on the wall?
I am not on the wall, even though I finished it, because they were out of Polaroid film that day. So I got bad beat, even though
that's
I completed the challenge.
A Joe Stapleton story.
Speaking of photos on the wall, I actually went to like a grill. What's the grill's called? Where there's a grill, obviously, but you all sit around it, and then the guy cooks it in front of you on like a flat
Benihana.
grill.
Shibari.
One of those. Anyway, there was a restaurant in
Benihana's the
Vegas.
chain. Is
Right.
like the brand name, yeah.
Right. I went to in Vegas with Marley, and they had like a wall of poker players.
Oh, Tiger. Did Tiger cook for you?
I didn't ask the gentleman's name.
There's
I'm not
like
sure.
one place that all the poker players go to, and the guy
Hibachi.
who
Is
runs
it
it is
Hibachi?
Tiger.
Hibachi? I don't know. But there's this wall of poker players.
Oh,
and
unlucky 5-4.
there was all sorts of people on there, you know, big names, Daniel Negreanu, whoever, every poker player you'd expect. Then there was some people there was like Scott Seaver was on there. Not saying he's not a big name, but like Scott Seaver was on there, Joseph Chong was on there. And I'm there thinking, hang on a minute, if they want poker players on the wall, maybe now's my time to shine. So I'm sort of chilling by the bar with the photos behind me. Waiting.
Musashi. Were you at Musashi?
That's Musashi. That's Dom as well in the chat. Hi, Dom. It might have been Hibachi. It's called Hibachi. Anyway, they never asked. Long story short, they never asked. But I waited by the wall for a good like 2 or 3 minutes. But all they asked me for was my drinks order
And probably to pay the check at some point.
and leave.
So blinds have gone to 30,000, 60,000. We've got deuces opening here. Former chip leader Hero, start of day chip leader, who's currently 4th on the leaderboard. And it's raise and take it for the Canadian player.
You're so right, chat. They'll never know. What a missed opportunity. They'll never know what they missed. I won't go back on principle now either.
I mean, people will be going into that restaurant asking themselves, does Jesse Plemons play poker?
That's another bit of a weird one, though, isn't it? It's like, where should we? You're looking over the menu, and then you see that Scott Seaver ate here once. It's like, oh well, that's the
I'm in.
yeah, that's the decision made then. If Scott Seaver's eating,
That
here,
was the
we're more
hot
than happy
spot
to
for
dine.
poker players for a long time. I've been there many times.
It was good. It was nice. It was nice.
Plus, Tiger really puts on a show for you.
So, got 8s versus 9s here. Nutter 17 all in. Spikes an 8 on the turn to get the double up. Sick and Social still an above average stack. Average right now is 1.8 million. We've been watching the roller coaster ride of Dominic Nietzsche, Bunat Taru, who started the day 4th in chips, is now on the short side, although has managed to double up a couple of times. Dominic, a player with $18.5 million in live cashes, has cashed 41 EPT events for a total of $1.23 million. And now we have Macadada all in with ace-10.
Is that Anthony Kiedis?
Yes, Joe, it is.
All
one
in with
pretty close.
ace and 10.
Gets there.
And that will see that table break. So let's go back to our chip leaders table. Gogol, the general, who currently has 7.2 million. Second biggest stack right now, not at this table, is John HF90, who's got 5 million.
It's a pretty huge river, of course, for the ace-10 of Makins. Marco Villa with the jack-9. Not a good time to bluff. Makins with a very perfect bluff catcher, especially with the ace of diamonds in hand. Going to take out all of those nut flush draws from Marco Villa's range. Expect to see a value bet here. Is that a third pot? 1/3 pot? Pretty unusual to go less than half pot in position when making value bets, you know. Typically, the logic is that when you reopen the betting, you have to make it worth your while. So when you reopen and put yourself out there, that opportunity that you could get check raised, that you want to be going half pot or more to sort of make the risk worth the reward. So interesting that there was such a small sizing in the river there, perhaps trying to induce something or trying to exploit something. You know, maybe don't think your opponent's got that strong of a hand by the river. You have the ace of diamonds as well, so your bluff catcher is really good. So you might be trying to induce that check raise with such a strong hand.
So we've got aces against a pair of 5s here. Aces the big favourite. What are we down to now? 53 players. So 22 eliminations so far in the first 30 minutes of play.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, so far so good. David with a very defendable hand and flops very well. Going to outflop a lot of the high cards, of course. So continues, picks up a flush draw on the turn.
Damn, cutie. Nice chunky bet here. Are you supposed to fold a 5 and a flush draw here?
No.
No, I think you're getting definitely the wow, what a card.
Oh, that is just grotesque.
Yeah, and this is going to be a value jam. Looking for a call from pair, 2 pairs, type hands, and David sitting very pretty indeed. It's going to snap him off.
Damn Cutty has been cut from the Sunday Million. And we are now down to 51 players and still paying out just shy of $1,500 to everyone eliminated. Next money jump will be when we are down to 44. Then everyone will have locked up at least 2K. A reminder, as you can see from the payouts on screen, there is more than 100K up top. The usual ridiculous jumps you see at the final table of a major multi-day MTT. And not unusual, and we discussed this last week as well, the Sunday Million, because of those jumps, and because by that point it tends to be quite shallow, with quite a fast structure to get this done in 2 days, it's not unusual for players to talk business and do a deal, either heads up, 3-way, or even 4 or 5-way.
Yeah, and that's a very understandable circumstance as well, especially the nature of the tournament. And people are playing this tournament that will most likely never play for these sums of money again. It's very different to like a major series, 1K, 2K, 5K buy-in, where it's professionals who are doing it all the time. This is really sort of the dream maker, isn't it? This is the one that a lot of people will only play this tournament once a week. That's their tournament. So to make it to the final table, you really just want to get as much locked up as possible. And whilst it's great for our entertainment that they just battle it out and we see brutal swings and people missing out on tens of thousands of dollars. Again, it's the smart play. It's a smart thing to do, is to, if all players are happy to make a deal. I think, of course, the only way we don't see that is if someone like Dom gets down to the final 5, not personally just Dom, but someone who's been there, done it, plays for these sums of money all the time, who thinks, I have such a ridiculous edge now because, I'm used to dealing with a $20,000 pay jump. So I can put infinite pressure on someone who definitely isn't.
Kind of like in Golgo's style.
Yep, like the 3-bet. King 9 offsuit, it's just a little bit weak. Offsuit, a little bit disconnected. It's a lot easier to flop an open ender even with the King 10, and the lack of suitedness just lends itself to a fold. It's just a rubbish hand, isn't it? It's just a rubbish hand. Poker's that simple sometimes.
Seven, 6 in the small blind. So tempting.
Tempting enough. Off to a flop. This is actually a spot. It's so funny the way the solver era, quote unquote, has kind of increased our understanding of poker, where we're kind of back where we were. Because you say, Joe, 6-7 suited, so tempting in the small blind. And actually, if you look at 20 big blind play in the small blind, you're allowed to call really wide with suited hands like this, suited connectors like this, which feels kind of counterintuitive, doesn't it? Like, you want to play 6-7 because it's a really pretty looking hand, but you kind of think, I shouldn't. But it turns out that actually you should. And that's what's so funny about now that we're able to look at all this stuff more in depth as the game develops. It's like everyone who played down the pub and said that you should play suited hands and that would like raise top hat, they were all right. And then for years,
but they were suited.
Like, yeah, it's like, no, that's just, come on, that's such fish logic. But then you look at it and it's like, yeah, suited hands are really good and you should like raise top pair a lot. It's like, we've just come full circle and everyone who played the £5 like pub league rebuy was absolutely spot on. They were solvers before they were solvers.
Mind blown.
Don't forget defending the big blind. Big blind special, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the big blind special.
Got to defend
Guess
the big
what?
blind. Exactly.
Totally fine now.
We were all listening to these poker books telling us that once that blind's been posted, it's not your chips anymore. It's not your money. Just let it go. Whereas these guys who were like, nope, got to defend my big blind, whatever I've got, they were right.
Right, and I remember when people would be like, oh my God, he called with a gut shot. And now it's like, if you fold a gut shot on the flop, you're the world's biggest nit. I think the biggest nit in the world.
All right, this one we can let go.
Six deuce is rubbish. That's evergreen truth. Six deuce offsuit is a very, very bad hand.
Unless you're defending your big blind.
Maybe. I mean, maybe. There's certainly circumstances. Another evergreen truth. Ace is still very good hand.
Yes, that is true. And it's got Queen 10 on the button opening to 140k. Aces for Marco Vella 19. 35-70 blinds now.
It's a cheeky little 3-bet, isn't it? Rather than the shove off 20 big blinds.
A sizable re-raise, and a re-raise that says I'm not folding. But Queen 10 will fold.
Yeah, and that's one of those where it's kind of difficult to balance, right? Because if people have ace king, ace queen, or even like jack 10 suited that you should reshove for 20 big blinds, they never make it that small sizing. So it's a little bit bait of like turning your hand face up. I have something that isn't worried about getting out flopped, isn't worried about anything really. So unless you implementing some really intricate strategy of 3-betting some of those other hands as well, I think I prefer just to shove. I know when people do that against me, I'm like, okay, you've got aces. I still go all in and lose to those aces, but at least I know beforehand.
But you knew. You're the moral victor.
And that's the important thing, Joe.
Double the code jack, double the fun. Two players with king jack. Ace 9 still ahead. Petrov 989 says, genuinely, there is a guy at my local casino called Gut Shot Gary because he never folded his gut shot draws.
That's one of the most live poker things I've ever heard. That's great. I love it. Gut Shot Gary.
And they had a whole club devoted to gut shots in London.
That is true. Mr.
Was it a poker club?
Mr. Grafton will tell you many, many stories of the gut shot. Clerkenwell Road, mid-2000s. Their questionable interpretation of the gambling laws allowed them to operate until the authorities started questioning why they were running poker games without a casino license.
That'll do it. So a huge turn here for both players, of course, and I think we're at depths shallow enough where Greseg will be pretty happy to continue. You'd imagine that Marco is going to be doing some 3-betting with something like ace-king, so perhaps you're sometimes a little bit worried about king-queen, but having checked twice, you're opening yourself up to be bluffed, and king-jack, a very strong hand, given how hard it is for Marco Villa to ever really have better here when they're just flat on the button. So
we have our first chop pot of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Did you get it?
We got it.
You synced?
We nailed it.
Geniuses. Geniuses.
I'm glad Spraggy didn't join in.
Yeah. Screw that guy.
That's Spraggy.
So Marco Villa has a hand that should always be expressed in hand histories as 1-0-1-0.
What?
Yes, yes, absolutely. The 10 and the 10. It's my one. Actually, no, I have thousands of pet peeves, quote unquote. But I was just going to think that's one of the things that makes me really, really unreasonably angry. But I remember that that's basically everything that I encounter on a daily basis. But you should write 10s as TT, not 10-10. It really annoys me.
But this is the problem, is when you've already been on multiple rants already that day and complained about everything else, it's very hard to be precious about such an insignificant thing.
How about this turn card? How about TTT?
3 Ts, it's pretty big, and of course making with the top pair. Just folds.
Nice fold.
Great fold. Really great fold. It was funny you mentioned that actually, James, because Marley was just at a live game, and the high hand for the day was quad tens. And of course, the board read 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0, or 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 ace as the high hand of the day is 10 10 10 10 ace. Just a disgrace, just an absolute disgrace. They ought to be shut down, frankly.
What are you doing? You're recording your hand histories in binary?
Yeah, just unbelievable. That was a really good fold from the ace-9, by the way. That was a really, really nice fold.
And here we have domination rotation. Ace-8 versus Ace-4 going to the flop, and it's trip fours for Marco Villa. General Gogol will not be liking this. He is on the phone to Rubelvich, and he has managed to fold.
Do we know who's going to be the next James Bond yet, James?
We do not. I mean, there's been a lot
Daniel
of rumors.
Craig.
It would be highly irregular and highly unusual, and also I don't think it's going to happen, that they would confirm who the new James Bond is before the final film of the current James Bond is released. So I don't think we'll hear anything until midway through next year, and that is assuming that No Time to Die is released in the spring of next year. I know that they started touting the movie to streaming services. I know that the price that they put on it was too high for most streaming services to ante up. But maybe if they revisit their expectations, it could be coming to a streaming platform or maybe a video rental platform at some point in the next few months. My concern is the more they push it back, the less relevant it's going to become.
Yeah, it's been it was supposed to come out way back, what, in March?
Yeah, March of this year.
Or was it Christmas?
No, March.
It was March. No, it's March of this year,
2020.
wasn't it? And
then they pushed it back to the
back.
autumn, and now they pushed it back to next spring. But in the meantime, they have been obviously looking at the option of doing what other movie studios have been doing and finding an online release.
Raising a 3-bet here. General Gogol has some newfound chips with the kings versus aces, the huge river earlier, and now using those chips to their advantage, making the 3-bet with the sevens.
James, can I just take a second to plug the podcast, the 200th episode, because I'm a little quieter today than normal.
Joe,
because I'm already nervous.
I know. Joe, we have a break coming up in 8 minutes. Save yourself.
Is that what we're going to talk about?
Yeah.
All right, fine. Like, my heart's already racing thinking about tomorrow.
How can anything compare to the excitement of the late stages of a Sunday Million with 45 players competing for a first prize of more than $100,000?
That is also a thing.
Looks like we're going to have a big pot here. Big flip. Would be very surprised to see David do anything but re-isolate all in. And then we go ace, king versus 9. Some of the kings are gone.
Yeah.
The ace is not, though.
Very. Later, make it. Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. 45th place. We'll learn your name if you make it to 44th.
I refer to all players as players 1 through player 45, such as my robot brain today.
You don't want to get attached.
Names are too
Yeah.
emotional investment. It's to romanticize as players. Players 1, players 2, player 3, etc. for me.
They're just NPCs.
Yeah.
Ratabalbu.
Kind of would be related to Bonatiru. 2 warrior twins.
Is there a story? Do you guys know the meaning of Dom's name?
I don't know.
I don't know. I always call him Bonatiru. Yeah. I just call him Dom, and throw throwables at him, and then lose my chips to him and leave.
It sounds like a dessert that contains bone marrow.
Doesn't it just? Yeah, like a tiramisu, but
But disgusting.
not quite. Bones, yeah. So a big turn here for the king queen. Checks back and makes the best hand. David in the small blind with the 2 4s. Wonder if they'll be content to try and show down, or decide that maybe they want to try and bluff. There might be some merit in folding out some slightly better pairs. Looks like that's a no, and king queen checks back, takes showdown, and ships the pot.
As things stand, General Gogol, who's on our current feature table, retains the chip lead. A stack of nearly 7.2 million with 43 players remaining. Shortest stack right now is A. Wesker 999 in for their 4th bullet and left with just 387k.
David coming in for the 6-4 offsuit steal on the button. That's certainly very wide. Now, David is a name that I do recognize, and I believe is a pretty solid regular. So interesting to see them going wider on the button. Perhaps they feel like they can get away with a little bit more at this late stage in the Sunday Million. But 6-4 offsuit certainly out of line. Plenty of showdown value for the 6-4. It's going to win often enough versus a big blind defend. River might change things. Maybe, David, they feel like they want to bluff the 6-4 now. I think 9 deuce just trying to take showdown. 6-4 does similarly, and the 9 deuce will take. But we'll see how that develops for David, because that's certainly the first sign that they're sort of willing to open wider than they might ordinarily, and perhaps feel like they can get away with some stuff at this table.
Tony Bardio opening here with ace-jack. Goes to the flop against Marco Villa's king-10, and it's a 10-high flop.
Yep, very good. Very happy with your hand at this point. I think if you're Marco Villa, looking to start driving some value from the big blind, and just a bet and a fold.
Snap folds the ace-jack.
Yeah, with the ace of clubs as well. I think some players certainly would have stuck around for that. Versus a smaller sizing, definitely, but it's one of those, Joe, you know, like the king 5, where you say, can you just fold? You probably just fold the ace-jack. I think you'll see some players defend it, but not the end of the world just to get out of town. Especially at this point, and especially if you feel uncomfortable, perhaps navigating turns and rivers, because it means that if the turn is a club, it's not often enough that you just want to call again and try and hit your hand, right? You're going to want to either, maybe bluff some turns or be able to bluff some rivers if it goes check and things like that. And if you're not comfortable doing that, then that can quickly turn what's an okay call on the flop to a pretty bad hand, or making more mistakes on turns and rivers.
Set of 6s here for Yurtsak and Gogol. Drawing dead.
Drawing dead and not too much to get excited about, right? I think Yurtsak, of course, going to look for some value, but not going to find it.
I've just seen a message from 10 minutes ago where Joe asked for permission to go to the toilet. I've only just seen it. Joe, go now. Oh, it's hilarious.
I love he's just been sat there as well. He's just been sat there. Would never just interrupt. What a polite boy. Would never just jump in. Pissed himself live on stream, of course. but his manners remain intact.
It's now the cleanup's going to take longer now. That's the problem, right?
Yeah. Stitch in time saves 9. Ace king suited for a raise. I don't think we're seeing any more chips in the middle. Oh, we are. 8-3 offsuit. There we go. You said earlier, James, that maybe if you defend your big blind 6 deuce offsuit might be playable. Marcus decided 8-3 offsuit for the price coming along.
It's kind of like, you know, the...
It's about as bad as it gets, 8-3 offsuit. It's very, very difficult to win pots with 8-3 offsuit. I think we see a value bet here from the ace king. Just going to take it down.
Ace 10 opening, and Yurtsak with artisanal sourdough in the big blind. Hopefully Joe is feeling a bit more comfortable.
James, I'm going to make an admission.
Yeah.
I did not catch your broadcast last week with the wonderful OP Poker Nick.
Yes.
As I call him. But I did see you tweet something about a loaf of bread and ace 5 suited being a loaf of bread. This is artisanal sourdough.
Oh, all in here for Yurtsak, who is way behind. Domination rotation on the river. 2 pair, aces and 5s, gets the double up. This
sourdough
was a discussion point during our EPT online streams. Well, actually, I think, Joe, it goes back before that, right? Because the whole idea of ace-5 being in vogue is something you discussed with Grafton and with Benja, even going back as far as Stadium Series.
Everybody's all about the ace-5 right now. Oh, it's a great 4-betting hand. Oh, ace-5 suited out of the big blind. You can 5-bet it. So I'm just like, you know what? Ace-5's in right now, just like sourdough. Everybody's making their sourdough at home. Everybody's become a home baker. Ace-5 sourdough, ace-5 artisanal sourdough.
There you go.
Suited.
There you go.
Right.
And that's very true. That's very, very true. Whenever I'm studying poker, which is at least like 1 hour every 2 or 3 months, ace-5 suited is always the hand. If you want a 4-bet bluff, it's always the hand. If you ever want a 3-bet, it's always the hand.
Ace-5 suited is where it's at. So we've reached the first break of the day with 42 players remaining. That's 42 of 10,350, by the way. And as we go on break, it is Gogol878 who's at our feature table, who has the chip lead, a stack of 6.9 million. John HF90, second in chips right now with 5.2 million. Just a 5-minute hiatus from the action, and then we'll be back to the tables. But yes, we do want to talk about the podcast. The weird thing is, Spraggy, normally at this point, we'd ask you how you are. We want to catch up. We want to talk about what you've been up to, what you've been doing, what you've been watching. But you are going to be making an appearance on that podcast, which we're recording later this week. And I don't want to burn the material. I don't want to ruin the gold that you're going to give us when we catch up on Wednesday. So instead, I'm going to steer clear of that conversation point and give Joe the opportunity to explain why he is so nervous and why he needs to go to the bathroom so frequently.
We're having Aaron Sorkin on the podcast tomorrow, right? We're recording the interview tomorrow. We're going to splice it into the podcast. I'm very rarely nervous about interviews. This dude is such a talent. I mean, is such a successful, talented guy whose time is so valuable. I am terrified of speaking to him tomorrow. I am so scared that I'm just going to ask him a question. He's going to go, "This is the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life." That's what I'm afraid of.
Look, Joe, I can guarantee that Aaron Sorkin, having worked in theatre and movies and TV for as long as he has, will have done many, many junkets, those awful days where he sat in a hotel room and journalist after journalist after journalist is brought in to ask their 5 questions before they rotate out and another one comes in. And I guarantee you he's done junkets with regional TV, regional radio, regional newspapers. Trust me, he will have had every bad question under the sun. There is nothing you'll be able to ask tomorrow that will be as stupid as some of the other questions he's had to field in the past. And when you're doing an interview, you have to act like a pro. You just roll with it, you answer the questions, and hope that it'll all be over soon.
Well, all right. So you know how I always come up with a dumb game for the guests? I wanted to pitch one to you guys for Aaron Sorkin. It's called Twerking with Sorkin. And that's all I have
James,
so
sorry,
far.
you know, you just said there's nothing so stupid that he won't have heard it before.
I distinctly remember us having a
Are we
production
underestimating
meeting
Joe Stapleton?
where we said, Joe, we've got 30 minutes with Aaron Sorkin. We can talk about the trial of the Chicago 7, Molly's Game, The Social Network, A Few Good Men, The West Wing, Sports Night, The Newsroom. We could even talk about Studio 60, although I'm sure he'd prefer we didn't. My point is, there is no need to shoehorn in one of your dumb games when we have limited time with an Oscar winner who is one of the greatest writers of all time.
You guys don't want to hear Twerking with Sorkin?
No. But I am interested to know, and I guess I'll find out tomorrow, what dumb game you've got planned for our other A-list guest, Mr. Philip Hellmuth Jr. He is someone who I do want to see ridiculed.
I was thinking maybe for Phil, it would be a quiz about bracelets, other types of bracelets, since he is the world's foremost bracelet expert. But I haven't settled on it yet.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm on that podcast episode as well?
You are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where am I billed amongst those 3 guests?
You're kind of below. So basically, we have Aaron Sorkin and Phil Hellmuth. We have Joshua Molina of West Wing and Scandal fame as the superfan, with a special guest appearance from Maria Ho, and then we have
Jen Shahadi
and Spraggy. Now, the only reason why it goes in that order is because you're on at the same time. Is it's alphabetical? Shahadi before Spragg, right? But you get joint bottom billing as far as the podcast is concerned.
I will take it. I will take it. 5th or 6th, isn't it? Out of 5
You can
or
say
6.
you appeared on a podcast with Aaron Sorkin.
Exactly. And thank you so much. I look forward to it.
I mean, look, I think it's going to be a fun show. And I think we can now reveal, by the way, how people are going to be able to consume this show. Obviously, we'll release it on the usual audio podcast platforms on Friday. But remember, this is going to be our first ever video podcast, and it is actually going to be streamed live as a premiere on Twitch and YouTube on Friday, which I believe is the 4th of December at 6 p.m. UK time. 7 p.m. Central European time. That is 1 p.m. Eastern time. So at that time, you'll get to watch it as an live experience for the first time before it becomes available as a VOD and an audio on demand. You can't do an easy abbreviation of audio on demand on all the usual podcast platforms. And yes, you'll get to see Spraggy alongside Aaron Sorkin, Phil Helmuth, and all the other fun and games we've got planned for our 200th anniversary holiday special celebration. Really need to nail exactly what we're calling this show, Joe.
EP 200.
Yes, episode 200. And obviously, you know, as we've said many a time, Spraggy, this is something that at the start of the year we'd hope to do as a live show in a theatre like we did with episode 100. But if you can't do that because of current circumstances, this is the next best thing, to do an amazing show with plenty of guests, lots of fun chat, and then stream it. And Joe and I are obviously going to be in the chat for that stream on Friday, when you can get first dibs, as it were, the premiere, the exclusive preview of episode 200 of the Poker in the Ears podcast. And then there's a good chance that they are going to be video as well as audio from now on. It's not going to be a one-off.
And we've got an absolutely huge guest lined up for episode 201, which you will have to listen to episode 200 to find out who that's going to be. But someone that is equally as big a get as Aaron Sorkin.
Exactly, because we had Spraggy on episode 200, so Finton is going to be on episode 201. Guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to send you back to Dominic Nitch's table as the action restarts on day 2 of this $109 buy-in at Sunday Million, with 42 players remaining as they come back from the break. I will hand things over to Mr. Stapleton and Mr. Spragg.
Oh, thank you. Hello, my babies. Welcome back to the Sunday Million. Bunatiru, my hero in the small blind here. Mr. Striker, once again, at our feature table.
Congratulations on 200 episodes as well, Joe. That's quite a milestone, isn't it? It's quite a milestone.
Yeah, it's
and
amazing what you can accomplish when ratings don't matter.
And thank you so much for letting me be a very small part of that.
Always happy to have you.
Hopefully we play something similar to Pornstar or WCoop leaderboard username, as we've played in previous renditions.
I don't think we're just gonna do a pop culture roundtable with you guys. No game for you.
Oh, I see.
This time.
Okay. All right.
I just want to read this comment here from Poker Martian. It says, unfortunately, Joe is still here. Who's your favorite player at this table, Spraggy? Because mine's Banatiro. You banned. Thank you.
Got him. Get him gone. That's a permanent ban, presumably.
Always.
Yeah. Good. Good.
All right, we got Cheese. That's just a great name. Cheese 9.
Cheese 9. That's a guy who wanted to be called Cheese and then worked his way through.
Right, he just got all the way up
finally
there.
This username is available. One of the better cheese players on the site. Ace King all in, just whining. No
Do you think they meant to write just winning?
Again, that is a player who wanted to be called just winning and then was informed.
See, in my mind, they're like, I can't believe it. I can't believe just winning wasn't. Oh,
and then they log in and they're like, oh. It's like our friend earlier, Damn Cutty. Another mistaken spelling, one would imagine.
Oh, wait. Yeah, it's Juts, by the way. I missed that. It's not even just.
Oh, yeah. Trick of the mind.
Juts
winning. Incredible.
Pocket 8s. Nom Nom. Snowmans.
And Kings for... Is that Pinky or the Brain? I can never remember. I think that
Pinky,
is Pinky, isn't it? That's the
Animaniacs back, by the way.
It is?
Yeah, back on HBO Max. New episodes.
Juts whining. Folding the 8s, which is very tight in mid position there. You'd imagine even if that stacked out as a hand that could come in for a min raise. And even if you want to min raise it and fold, if Jean-Franco was to do something on the button, I think that would be fine. Just folding definitely too tight. I mean, I think shoving is probably better than folding. Min raising probably better than both.
We got a potential collision here between Immured and Nutter.
Yeah. And looking at the other hands at the table, looks like we're going to potentially end up in a very nasty blind versus blind confrontation. Like you say, Joe, ace king versus ace queen. Short stacks. Is striker going to put a cat amongst the pigeons? Nope. And how does this one go down? Probably some limping with the ace king. It's nice to trap some really strong hands here. This is going to be such a nasty cooler because when you have the ace queen in the big blind versus a limp at this stack depth, you are doing cartwheels. This is a great spot to try and double up. You'll be begging for the limp shove. There it is, but some bad news to follow, I'm afraid. It's ace queen versus ace king.
Domination Nation, king high flop, no spade on the turn, drawing dead, Immured, injured, eliminated, out. 42nd place.
41 players remain from a very, 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 very dense field. Thousands of players, as there are every week for the flagship tournament on the Sunday Million, the PokerStars Sunday Million, $109 buy-in.
Spraggy, I got a weird question for you.
Go on.
Do you think Jesse Plemons is aware of you? Because I would imagine that when you're on a stream, right, and sometimes you're broadcasting to hundreds of people. No, sometimes you're broadcasting to 5,000, 6,000 people. It's like not that uncommon for you.
Yep.
Jesse Plemons comes up in the chat. People then must start IMDBing, Googling Jesse Plemons, and if he logs in that day, he can be like, "Oh, searches for me are 400% today. I wonder why."
Because
you could be helping Jesse Plemons' career.
I think I am, and I think the comparison will do him no harm. Naturally, do I think he's heard of me? I don't think I've had a thing where like loads of people have tagged him on Twitter or something like that.
Don't do that, guys. Whatever you do,
whatever you do, don't do that.
Don't do that.
But no, there's also, funnily enough, I was watching another streamer yesterday, who then raided someone, and everyone in the chat said that he looks like Jesse Plemons from Breaking Bad. But I don't think that he looked like Jesse Plemons from Breaking Bad as much as I look like Jesse Plemons from Breaking Bad. There's also now, annoyingly, we do see
showing top pair. Yep.
Jack.
Does Mr. Striker want to call it off with a pair and a flush draw?
I would imagine so. I think your equity here is just going to be too good. I mean, we can see that they're a favorite against King Jack, right? So it's kind of a mandatory put in. Dom's going to have to hold and
spade on the turn. Two spades, double the flush, double the elimination for Dominic Nietzsche. Finally following an up and down day, was one of the tournament chip leaders to kick things off. Had a couple of coolers, including that one, honestly. Dominic Nietzsche out in 41st place for just over $2,000. Was in for 3 buy-ins, just $300 though.
What's actually really annoying, Joe, is there's I'm not sure if you're aware of this, there's a footballer now called Haaland who plays for Borussia Dortmund, and he looks very, very similar to me as well. 8 deuce off for the raise, by the way. This is as wide a raise as you will see at any table from Nutter 17. Anything but the nuts.
What the hell is going
on? This is very, very wide. There's like wide, there's like 6-4 on the button. Where I was like, okay, well maybe David thinks that he can get away with some button steals. 8 deuce off is just, it's really something.
Oh yeah, okay. All right, we're gonna switch tables for a moment. Back to Gogol, who's got Jerzak in jail Zach right now. Pocket 8s, ace king, lots of playable hands here.
Any jacks folders in the chat? I might be tempted. I mean, 3 bets versus early position, Joe. They're very, very tight.
Well, there go the jacks.
Yeah. Got to respect this under the gun open, and then a 3-bet versus that under the gun open, and an awkward stack depth with the player who 3-bet. I could definitely get behind just a fold of the jacks.
So many pocket pairs here. Do you ever feel like you're the... Wow, 10s fold as well. Do you ever feel like since you're the last one in, like somebody's got to stand up to this?
Someone has to do something.
Somebody has to do something.
Speaking of Breaking Bad, it's like you can't keep getting away with this. You got to leave ego out the game, Joe. You got to leave it aside. Can't ever let it get personal.
Maybe
Not at this
that's my
stage.
problem. I think that might be my problem. Way too much ego.
You think?
I think so.
Having spoken to you, having played a few live poker sessions that we've played, which I miss dearly, by the way, there does seem to be a bitter undercurrent whenever we've played of like,
I'm so bitter.
this person had this, and you know what, and that definitely plays in. Some of my favorite live poker sessions have been played with you, Mr. Stapleton. The satellite, I will never forget. I will never forget the satellite. The childlike grin when Joe knocked a player out. There's 2 seats available, 3-handed. Joe made a call with a pair of 6s, and it held against ace queen. And Joe won the seat, and it was just like, okay, great, okay, yeah, no thanks, mate. It was run up Rito, super friendly. It's like whatever. Sorry, mind my language. And Joe was like super happy to win the seat. Me and Finton were on the rail, and he goes, oh, "Okay, nice guys, that was fine, right? Like that was standard." And it was like one of the biggest ICM punt decisions you've ever seen. But Joe was just like completely oblivious. One of my best live
Braggy and
poker moments.
Finton had to walk away from the table.
We were there just like head in hands, and Joe's like, "Okay, that was a nice tournament, guys. Huh? Like that was good, right?" Boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy.
Marco Villa in big trouble here. No, I'm just kidding. The other way. There's the call. Domination Nation. Almost no way for Radabalbu to win this, and Radabalbu is gone. They are done.
Sorry,
down to the final
I muted
5
my
table.
phone now, Joe.
It's okay, friend.
I muted my phone now just after it went off, and then I
We all
swore.
make mistakes.
Professionalism is, and that's what I want.
There is nothing professional about this. I can barely see anything.
Same. Jack 6, blind versus blind, 7 deuce. I think Jack 6 definitely could just walk it out. I think I might just walk it out, but I'm a coward.
Really? I mean, I would.
You can limp. You can definitely limp.
Well, hello. Well, hello. Hero.
Gonna be a stab and a fold.
Speaking of people you look like, I took a screenshot of something I was watching last week, sent it to Ben, and his reply was, "Why does everyone look like me?"
Everybody does look like me. Everybody does. Like I said, this Haaland lad. What's annoying is this Haaland lad. Someone first messaged me about him like 2 years ago, and he does look very much like me. And he'd scored 3 goals for like Norway under 18s. So I was like, okay, Norway under 18s player looks like me. Fine. It's the last I hear of it. Over the last 2 years, this guy has become one of the most prolific centre forwards in European football, and is tipped to go to Real Madrid, Manchester United. So I thought it would just be like an obscure player who looks like me, but he's developed
away
into
is what you were thinking.
Yeah, he's basically now the next Ronaldo. So every day someone say, "Hey, you look like Haaland. Hey, you look like Haaland. Hey, you look like Jesse Plemons." But as you know, being on the internet for some time, Joe, everybody who says it believes that they are the first person who says it, who has noticed it. So
have you ever noticed this? Yes, of course I have.
Yes, at least 10 times a day. I actually made that mistake when I first met Finton, or first became aware of Finton's stream. I said he looks like Where's Wally, or Waldo, as you know him, perhaps. And I thought I was hilarious, and I made like a Photoshop of Finton looked like Where's Wally, and I was that guy. You know, he'd heard it 100 times before.
You know what would have been funny is if you were like, "Here, let me show you," and then took out one of the books, but then you couldn't find him.
And then I couldn't find him. Well, he's
in the
somewhere.
book. He's in here. The guy you look. Hero A6 here. What do we know about Hero? Canadian player. Best cash is for $12.5K. From a $109 daily cooldown. They have tournaments called cooldowns?
The daily cooldown. But the funny thing about the daily cooldown is no one uses it to cool down. Everybody uses it to go absolutely off, because the daily cooldown is the last sort of bigger buy-in on the session, especially on a Sunday. The 109 daily cooldown is a turbo and a PKO. So instead of cooling down, everyone who's like in for heaps on a Sunday is right. The cooldown is my last chance. And everybody just blasts in the cooldown. It's a really, really fun tournament, but a particularly inappropriately named tournament. Joe, speaking about inappropriately named tournaments, what comes first, the warm-up or the kickoff?
I mean, what should come first?
In a general sense, like it's a sports
Your
analogy.
warm-up should come first.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Luke, our tournament guy, him and I have been having this argument back and forth for 3 years. I say we've been having this argument. I tell him he's wrong, and then he doesn't really care. He's like, just leave it. But on PokerStars, there's the kickoff, and then the warm up, which is not only dangerous. You know, as athletes, you have to warm up before you start. It's plain wrong. So I've been petitioning Luke for years to change them. But
It's clearly designed by someone that doesn't do sports.
Again, I don't want to say everything makes me mad, but it makes me very mad.
What's grinding your gears these days, Spraggy?
Do you know, now you mention it, nothing in particular. It's hard to get to these little day-to-day things, but in general, I don't have like a big pop culture trend or anything like that that's really annoying me, because at the moment, even I am in like, let's let people enjoy what they're enjoying.
Plus, there's so much less interaction between humans right now. It's hard to be like annoyed by things.
Right, so like your slow pavement walkers and things like that. Like I'm not encountering that on a day-to-day basis, so people aren't irritating me as frequently, which is quite nice in a way.
Yeah, I haven't been able to write that many bits lately.
Do you want to just get on call like once a week for a couple of hours, and I'll just sort of annoy you, irritate you, and
I don't
vice
think that's
versa?
possible. I'll just want to steal all the ways that you make me laugh.
No. Maybe we should all campaign for the kickoff and the warm up to be, of all of life's woes at the moment, I think that's the hill that I'll die on. I think that's where I'll dedicate my time. Maybe, there we go, the chat says maybe we can start a petition over the warm up. If we get 100,000 signatures, then legally it'll have to be discussed in British Parliament if we do sort of a change.uk thing. Could be worth it.
I got one thing that's kind of bothering me. I asked Nick Walsh this last week. I'll ask you, Spraggy. It's poker related.
Go ahead.
Playing a lot more poker now. Obviously, a lot of home games with social things being limited. How do you balance your range if you literally never have a value hand? Like, how can I ever, like, I'm always like, well, if I had value here, here's what I would bet, but I literally never actually have value, and I don't know how to balance my bluffs against my value hands because I haven't had a value hand in like 4 months.
Okay, so first things first, it sounds like we're dealing with a little bit of entitlement tilt of you having not made these hands.
You know, so many people have used that word.
Entitlement tilt?
Entitlement.
Entitlement. That's the buzzword for the generation. Actually, that's one of the things that annoys me when people say people are entitled, but it does kind of apply in this instance. But let's leave that aside. Let's leave the mental game stuff aside. Do you mean that you're just not getting these hands, or you're getting into situations where you
I will
would
say
never
the
have a
very
good hand?
like it. Obviously, it's not zero. But I'd say like the vast majority of hands I miss, or I run into a bigger hand.
Right.
So I'm either bluffing with a non-value hand, or I'm betting a value hand and I'm getting called by better hands.
That's just run bad, Joe. There's nothing.
I have not had, and I just don't know how to balance to get away with some of these bluffs because I don't know what an actual value bet looks like anymore. Like, I don't know what sizing I would make if I had the nuts.
Because you never have the nuts. You never get there with it. Yeah, I know. I feel you, mate. I feel you. You'll be all right. It'll turn.
I think I had the nuts. I think I had the ace of clubs on an all club board recently.
And someone folded the king of clubs face up when you bet.
No, but I did. I was playing poker in my home game, and I made quads, and there was a queen on board, and someone folded a queen to a half pot river bet.
Sounds like maybe you need to be bluffing more, honestly, if people are if people are making those laydowns against you.
He just goes, "Yeah, I think you have quads. I fold." It was unreal.
It's one of those as well where he should not ever be able to fold the queen, but annoyingly, he's right.
Yep.
It's like in Among Us when I'm the imposter, and then I'll do nothing to signal that I'm the imposter. And someone will go, "You're the imposter," and then everybody votes me out. And they're right. They're not wrong. They got to the right, but it's like,
but for the wrong reason.
If I was a crewmate, I would have done exactly the same thing. But so you've got me, good. But like, for the wrong reason, out of nowhere, for no reason. It's like, you folded your queen, sure. And I did have quads, sure. So are you right? Absolutely. Have you owned me? Absolutely. But for all the wrong reasons, like with no evidence. And
I
that's
tried a
actually more
strategy in Among Us where no matter what I was, I would say, if you vote me out, you'll be voting out one of your crewmates.
right. Yeah.
No matter what the situation. And the first 3 times I said it, I was a crewmate, and they voted me out all 3 times. And then the 4th time, I was the imposter, and they voted me out.
Nah, so it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work at all, no.
I was going for the Chris Ferguson approach. The same motions,
stoic. Yeah.
timing tells.
Oh, that's not annoying at all, is it? My favorite, actually, I don't want to talk about that particular player too much, but my favorite hand is when he plays against Phil Hellmuth, the legendary Phil Hellmuth, and in a heads-up, it's like the NBC heads-up tournament or whatever, and makes a wheel against Phil Hellmuth at the river, where Hellmuth gets it in, I think, with something very strong, like trips or top 2, and Hellmuth falls to the floor and sort of crumples down into like this ball of mess and despair. But Hellmuth's trousers are like 3 sizes too short for him, so he's on the floor and his trousers have kind of ridden up, so his like ankles are exposed. And then there's like a studio audience that has sort of stood there or sat there, and Hellmuth's like maybe 5 feet in front of them, like on the floor in this ball with his trousers riding up. It's such a hilarious visual, and one of my favorite
Phil.
TV hands of all time.
Phil. Maybe we'll talk to
I
Phil.
love Phil. I love Phil. And as you know, like having met him for the first time at the PSPC, he's just so much fun to play with and
He's
be
great
around.
value. He's the best dude to hang out with.
He is. He's a very, very fun time.
Maybe I'll get him to tell the Norm Macdonald roulette story
That's a great story.
on the
It's a
podcast
great story.
tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be a good time. Tom says, yeah, that was in the Heads Up Championship. Yeah, some hand. But the thing is, you talk about Phil Hellmuth like good TV hands, and you're here all day, right? The guy is excellent TV. As is this, of course. 6s on the button. Looks like a hand that we're going to see some action with, Joe. I think for 8 big blinds, it's time to go.
Gresseg, or that's exactly what I call my friend Greg when I'm drunk. Gresseg. Gresseg, what do you want to drink? Gresseg, all in.
And Queen Jack probably is very close. But for half a stack, it's a little unappealing. Yeah.
Where are we at for prize jumps here? 37 players remain. Next jump, 27th. Don't even bother. Just go for it.
Bombab says, what's the podcast called, please? James and Joe's podcast is called Poker in the Ears. And yeah, 200th episode coming out, or going out next week, right?
Poker in the ears and eyes.
Poker in the Ears and Eyes? Oh, yes. Of course, you have the first
We're not changing the title.
I was going to say, that would be a big announcement. But you have 199 episodes of great back catalogue. I think I'm on about 4 of them as well. So
yeah, at least 4.
Dodge those if you can.
Spraggy's very good value also. Wait, how's the soccer podcast going?
It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's in its infancy, but we didn't record last week because I was moving, and we haven't recorded this week.
Hold on a second. I want to hear about you moving, but Dane Oliver wants to know, where can I find the podcast? You can find it on SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, also in the PokerStars lobby on the rail. You moved? Aren't you a homeowner? Did you buy another house?
No, I was in Dublin for 3 months.
Oh, you were just coming home.
And I've just come home. Yeah. No, our podcast is. I don't know. We might quit. We gave it a good run. We had 6 episodes. We gave it a very good job.
Not a lot of podcasts out there. You'd really be giving up an opportunity. Set of deuces here.
Depriving the market of something special, wouldn't we? There it is. Set of deuces. David with the 2 overs and the flush draw. I'd imagine this is a hand that can go either way. You can definitely check back here. Take a free card. Obviously, betting is going to be fine given the amount of equity you have against pretty much anything. Even a set, you're not in horrendous shape. You've got 9 outs, or 8 outs rather, with the dead 7 of clubs. We do see a raise on the flop. From the set, very coordinated board. Deuces is a hand that's going to want to start driving a lot of value. It is just a min raise. I probably would have gone slightly larger. I mean, it's not going to be a huge issue because stacks aren't that deep.
Me.
That's a very, very good turn for Hero.
Oh my goodness.
The trap is on, Joe. The trap is on. I kind of like a trap here. I mean, I don't think you want to be doing necessarily need to be doing that much betting when you've got a stacked pot ratio of less than 1, right? There's less than a pot size bet left, so you don't need to keep putting money in to make sure that you can be all in. And a 7 is a card where a lot of your hands, a lot of your bluffs probably want to give up because a 7 takes out a lot of value hands from your range. There's an all in, and a queen's going to call.
Oh my goodness. Terrible river card for David. Eliminated in 36th place.
Yeah, it works out perfectly with that check on the turn and David catching just enough of the board to be able to call the all-in. But as I was saying, like, if you think the flop raising range is like pocket 7s, 10-7, 7 deuce suited that you'd have in the big blind, when there's a repeat 7 on the turn, that takes out a lot of your very strong hands. And you were speaking about balancing, Joe, right? Like, if all of a sudden now a lot of the strong stuff that you're representing, it's harder for you to have it, then you don't really want to be bluffing all the time, right? Because then it becomes easy for your opponent to call and you think, well, they've got a lot less of the strong stuff. And if they're still bluffing all of the other stuff, then I can call them down a lot more. So it's probably a spot where you want to be doing a fair amount of checking. And that hand is going to check really well because it's a lock. And as I say, you have less than a pot size bet left. So a nice hand for Hero, the panda with the deuces.
Hero up over 10 million. And that is good enough for first place by a significant margin. Gogol in second with 6 million. Franco and Marco Villa here.
Yeah, both with a gut shot. Marco Villa with the ace high and the club. I wouldn't mind either on the turn. Again, from Marco, I think you could potentially make a bluff. You do have the benefit of having ace high, which has showdown value against obviously king 9, but hands like queen 10 and king 10 and some suited aces that are going to be in John Franco's range here. So maybe with the ace in your hand, you're okay just trying to take a showdown. See if John Franco decides to try and fold out a hand exactly like the one they're facing. Fold out some ace highs, maybe with a bet. That is a river check, though. Marco checks and shows down a winner for 1 million chips.
Marco Villa sitting on 5 million now. Average stack 2.9 million, just about 3 mil. Tony Bardi out Jack 9 on the button is going to come in for a raise despite the short stack.
Yep, min raise is good. Just around 19, 20 big blinds. Playable hand on the button coming in for the steal. And Jack 5 suited. This is one of those off 12 big blinds. I think with a suited hand versus a min raise, you're probably better off taking a flop. You can see we've already got 80,000 in antes in the middle. So the hand kind of wants to continue and play for its share. Does flop a pair, but Tony flopping 2 on the button.
What a great flop when you raise on the button and are short stacked. It's going to hit the big blind defend pretty regularly too.
Yeah, and with such a short stack, it's a little bit awkward here for Grezeg with the jack. I don't think they're going to want to fold, but it's a little bit of a bigger bet size.
Good laydown.
Yeah, nice laydown. It's a little bit of a bigger bet size than might have been expected. They might have been expected something like 25% or 30%. It was closer to half. So obviously the bigger the bet, the more you can fold. And the Jack 6 finds its way into the mark. Fortunately for Grezeg, because any other action and they were almost certainly eliminated.
Pretty much. Marco Villa opening here, 3Xing onto the gun with ace jack.
Yeah, again, a little bit unorthodox pre-flop to see a 3X. Normally we're going to see something between 2.2, 2.5. Yeah. Marco Villa, 50 big blinds effective.
And 9-10 out flops the ace jack.
A lot of checking out of position. In general, 9-10 suited interestingly checks back. I think most players probably prefer a bet here on the flop is a hand that benefits from some protection of its equity, often flopping the best hand, but a lot of bad turns and rivers. We do see a delayed bet on the turn once Marco checks again. And I think Marco well within their rights to stick around with the ace-jack high. It is going to be the best hand. Perhaps Hero chooses not to bluff something like queen-jack or 7-8 on the flop and then goes for a delayed bet. But a river king slows the action down. And the panda, once again, wins the pot up to 11 million nearly in chips. That's a lot of chips at this stage in the Sunday Million with $108,000 up top.
Gianfranco shoving just under 10 bigs. Boy, Queen 4 is just under where you should be calling. Well,
I think
doesn't
so.
matter.
Pretty tough behind. It's in the middle though. I'm gonna hold.
And Gianfranco is eliminated by Queen 4 offsuit. You're welcome. Poker's great.
Thanks for playing. You've been a great laugh. 10,000 runners down to the top 40, and you lose to Queen 4 offsuit all in pre-flop. That's the wonderful game of No Limit Hold'em tournament poker.
And that looks like we're at the final 4 tables now.
I think that probably is way too wide. I would muck the Queen 4 offsuit. Any Queen 4 off muckers in the chat? I would muck.
I don't think I would call it Queen 4 off.
Now, obviously, your opponent's jamming like wide, 10 big blinds, but Queen 4 off is just, it's a really, really dusty hand. I think the King 7 suited jam is good. It's what you should be doing. It's stealing the blinds there. Pretty happy to see the Queen 4, I guess.
We're down to 33 players. 1, 2, 3, 8-handed at this table. Echo Bright asks, players left, question mark? Several. Thank you for your question. And Nutter now facing elimination.
Yep.
GG Nutter Hero continues stacking chips. Blinds now up 60,000, 120,000. Maddie asks, how many big blinds is the average stack? That would be the total number of big blinds in play divided by the number of players. Thank you for your question. Action folds around a Tony Bardio. Who folds? To Gogo, the number 1 and number 2 stacks at this table.
We actually have some pretty deep stacks in play here, right? What have we got? Nearly 6 million, over 11 million, 4 million, 5, nearly 6 million again. There's definitely a little bit of wiggle room. And at this stage in the tournament, we're really starting to get to the stages where that big stack, if so desired, can be wielded to apply a lot of pressure to players, especially in the Sunday Million with the field as it is. You will... The most important skill, I think, at this point for a professional or someone who's comfortable being here is identifying players at the table who are uncomfortable, identifying players at the table who are playing within themselves, who will not, like let's take a look at the Marco Villa hand, right? Calls Queen 4 offsuit all in, which is probably a little bit wider than you might like. So for me, if I'm here and I'm thinking about using that stack, I'm immediately thinking that I'm not going to try and apply too much pressure to Marco Villa because clearly they're willing to go with it. Whereas if I see someone tightening up, I'm gonna start using that stack.
Just want to give a quick what's up to the viewer dump we're getting from Lex, or Lex's X's, as I like to call him. Welcome. Thank you, Lex.
Big viewer dump. Thanks so much, Lex. And unfortunately, that does mean that Lex has bust all his day twos at his tournaments, which is so terribly sad. That's so terribly sad. And we're very disappointed over here at PokerStars TV. But welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're covering the 109 Sunday Million. We have a poll in the chat. Do you call Queen 4 off blind versus blind? I'm going to vote no. Currently, over 90% of our audience say no, and 10% of our audience are wrong.
Temka raising to 258,000. That old chestnut with Ace King. Gogo calling in late position with 7-6 suited. And a call from Jack 6, top pair from Marco Villa.
Yeah, and this is a hand as well. Like, it's so tempting when you're in the big blind to think, well, I'm getting a really, really good price. Of course, I'm coming along. It's only 100K more or whatever it is, and 900 in the middle. But it's so hard for Jack 6 to realize its equity. So even if you look at 3 hands and your hand has, 30% and versus 30% ish versus 30% ish, and you think, well, of course I'm going to come along because I have to put in 100 and the pot's 900. So, my 30% share that my cards are worth, I'm getting the right price. But what you have to realize is you have to get that share out. How are you going to either showdown a winner or be in a position where you can bluff 2 players out of the pot? And with a hand like Jack 6 off, multi-way, you're very, very seldom going to be able to realize your 30% share of the pot that your cards are worth. So actually, even though you're getting a better price multi-way, getting your share back out with more players in the pot is a lot harder. So those hands definitely are going to play better just to fold. But we do see the call and the top pair in the lead. It's a dangerous game. It's a somewhat dangerous game to be leading there into 2 opponents.
Results not typical.
Results not typical. Absolutely, it worked this time, but wouldn't recommend it.
Marco Villa with a legit hand this time. Ace Jack. Probably not going to get a fold from Jack 10. Oh, that's a huge raise. Another full 3x.
Yep, another full 3x on the button. And actually, Yurzak probably has a hand that versus a min open 12, 13 big blinds, maybe want a little bit more fold equity. But Jack 10 suited, yeah, they're going to go for it. I think it's a hand that would probably want to jam this.
I think the queen 4 off guy is probably calling Ace Jack. That's just me.
This is definitely going in. It's a delicate spot for Yurzak. They do flop a flush draw. But don't get there.
Yurzak. Gone.
Jack 10 good in that spot is really a hand, Joe, that requires your opponent being able to fold, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want. Your raw equity is going to be okay with Jack 10, but you really want your opponent to be able to fold. I just worry that off a 3x open, there's not too much folding.
And also, remember, queen 4, that hand was shown.
Yeah.
So you know that your opponent doesn't fold queen 4 off. What are they going to raise fold in that spot?
Sure. And the fewer raise folds they have, the worse your jam becomes. You see a limp, an ISO, and a 3-bet.
Yeah, that's got weird.
This got weird real quick. Jack 10 offsuit, definitely a hand you can play in the cutoff. I think most players will opt to raise it coming into the pot at this stack depth. And ace 4 off on the button, it looks like a hand that you might want to raise, but you do have to be somewhat careful, especially now, Joe, that a lot of players are implementing a more reasonable limping strategy. See, back in the day, let's go back even like 3 or 4 years, 2 or 3 years maybe, when someone limped, you could ISO them pretty reasonably, assuming that they never have a strong hand. Limping was just like people just limp in all the time. They're just trying to see cheap flops. If they have a good hand, they'll actually raise. Now that people have implemented a limping strategy, you have to be a little bit more delicate with your ISOs, because people will limp aces, they will limp kings, they will limp strong hands to limp raise or to limp call. So ace 4 offsuit, even though you have the ace, it's still a little bit like meh to me.
Because blockers aren't real. Thank you for your comments.
Blockers are never real. Never forget it.
I'm not saying they're never real. But this whole, like, I have an ace, they can't have ace king or aces. Sorry.
Not buying it?
I can't get behind
The
that.
Joe Stapleton blocker crusade is ongoing.
I'm not giving up on this one. And I will cherry pick anecdotal evidence to prove it for as long as I live. 9 high flop. Both players are queen 10.
Yeah, pretty decent board to see bet with the queen 10. The 9 high is kind of hitting enough of their hands that they're raising in the cutoff, right? You're going to have probably maybe even as low as 9-6. So you certainly have 9-7, 9-8, 10-9, jack 9, queen 9, king 9, ace 9. So a 9 high board, okay to bet, and you have plenty of pairs from the cutoff. It does showdown and chop.
Spraggy, do you ever block avatars when you stream?
Lex blocks clowns. Is that what you're going to say about this clown?
This scary clown would be gone immediately, out of here.
Lex blocks the clowns. I block brands. If someone is advertising a product or service on the avatar, I will block it on my stream because daddy don't work for free. So if you're getting airtime on my channel, pay up or get out, frankly. So I will block brands. I'm sad, pathetic, petty, and ruthless.
Spraggy will absolutely not advertise Coca-Cola to his dozens of followers who have never heard of it before.
And let me tell you, the Coca-Cola company hate me.
Furious.
They are fuming.
Gresek, relatively short. Ace-9. Suited. Just a min raise.
I was just about to take a swig of Dr. Pepper as a lead on to that joke, but I'm pretty sure that's the Coca-Cola cup. There, it is. They're everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Dr. Pepper was independent for a while and then got bought.
Like me.
Like all of us. Ace-Queen for Gogol. Got an Ace-Queen tens situation shaping up here.
Yep. So good, so far so good, Joe. I like the raise with Ace Queen. It's a really good hand. Tens at this stack depth, probably you're just thinking to 3-bet, get it in. Certainly some situations a little bit deeper versus under the gun that you might choose to flat here. But Gogol has been active enough. They've got a lot of chips. You can reasonably expect them to be opening a fair amount of hands. And there are a lot of bad flops for tens, right? Tens is a hand that really wants to just get the job done pre-flop. We do see an all-in and off to the races.
With 27 remaining, this was a potential pay jump, but the tens hold.
Yep, and Gogol, who got very, very lucky earlier for a big pot, King versus Ace King on the river to take them to 7 million chips, unable to win this race, and now find themselves with just under 20 big blinds.
It's an $800 pay jump if you can survive. A little bit more about Gogol, as Spraggy just mentioned. Playing from Russia. Best cash is for 27.65, so they're about to beat that. If they can last one more spot.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting, right? Their best ever cash is 2,700. So this is a very high pressure situation for them. I mean, we don't know how they're going to react to that pressure, of course, but that might be something that I would try and lean on a little bit if I was one of the larger stacks or the more experienced players.
Dane on YouTube asks, last week you had 2 previous winners make the final table. Are there any previous winners left in the current remaining players? Not to our knowledge, but it's a little hard to keep track of at this point.
We do see those aces again dropping onto our feature table, Joe. The scary clown, though. The scary, scary, scary clown.
It's just so weird because Prosto Girl has ace-4, yet someone has aces and someone has 4s.
Despite the blockers.
Bizarre.
Maths isn't real. What'd you do with aces, Joe? You're a trapper? Are you a trapper here?
I have never not been burned by trapping. I'm one of those people that just shoves and is like happy, shows the aces. Here, guys, I have it. You just fold.
Right. I wouldn't hate it. Again, it's one of those where I think if you're on the button, you're a little bit happier to call, because you know you have the button post flop. You know you have position post flop, so it's easier to play. And also your button range in general, you're gonna have more flats, so people might decide to squeeze against it regularly.
I'm more interested in how you play the 9s there. Folding seems right.
Yeah,
but of course,
think,
I can see the aces.
I think folding when it's sort of early versus mid is going to be okay. Obviously, the dynamic changes if that's a little bit further around the table. The 9s probably find their way into the middle. The problem is with flatting the aces in that spot is you don't really, at less than 20 bigs, you don't really want to do too much calling versus early opens. So when you do call, again, it's one of those where like, hey, I just have aces and kings a lot. So you almost get less action than you would if you decided to 3-bet. So I like the 3-bet. And again, this is a similar spot, right? Where 7s, if this was earlier in the table, I don't think we see the 7s all in. But cutoff versus button, late position, wider opens, wider 3-bets, more 4-bet. So 7s choosing to jam here.
Well, the good news for Temka, or for Prosto Girl, I should say, is that we've already laddered. Don Bartos out in 27. So everybody's now up to $2,800. Congratulations, Gogol. Biggest score of Gogol's tournament career.
And a 3-bet fold from Prosto Girl with the ace queen on the button. And again, if stuff like that is visible and apparent, then that might be something that, again, some of the other players can lean on. If the 3-bet calling range is going to be, if the 3-bet range is going to 3-bet fold ace queen off at that stack depth, then maybe there's some 4-betting to be done and forcing some folds. Got a all in here from the king queen, which I think I like. I think I like jamming.
Levi Butcher on YouTube asks, can I get a shout out for my dad? It's his 50th birthday. His name is Mark Brennan. So, Spraggy, I'm not really. A shout out would be like if I'm like, hey, Mark, happy birthday. Thanks for watching the stream.
Yeah, like a cameo sort of thing. People do cameos now, where it'd be like, hey, Mark Brennan, who's 50 today. Thanks so much for watching. We hope you have a great day. You would say something like that.
Oh, no, we don't do those.
We don't do those around here.
All right. Raise and take it for Temka. Marco Villa, ace-8 suited. UTG, or as I like to call it, FTA, first to act.
Love that. Love that. King again at this stack depth, Joe. That's a hand where,
oh yeah,
you just want to start putting some money in the middle, right? You want to put as many monies in the middle as you can. So you're not really incentivized to keep the pot small by calling. It's a hand that immediately wants to start building a pot. So I'd like to see a 3-bet here from Hero. What a hero they do. 1,000,000 chips. 1,080,000 chips. And again, probably two hands here that are towards the bottom of both players' range. Ace-8, one of the wider opens, one of the worst opens from under the gun. That's not to say that it's not an open, it's not a good hand, but you have so many good hands from under the gun. You have all the best hands from under the gun. So Ace-8, you can afford to just let go. And similarly with the Ace-Deuce versus under the gun, Striker might have some stronger flats versus under the gun. Ace-Deuce is just an easy mark, easy toss.
Hero now up to 12.4 million. And we are down to 24 players. How many tables is that?
What are we, 8-handed?
Just 3.
8, 16, 24. 24 divided by 8 is 3. Maths.
Final 3 tables. I feel like the players in the upper over there could move over a little.
Yeah, can we square up the table, please?
Can we just square the box? Can we just...
No?
Where's the plexiglass? Ace King. All in. Under the gun. Ship it. Average stack now 4.5 million.
It's a big shove, Joe. 20 big blinds, just launching it all in pre-flop, especially with a hand as good as Ace King. I think most players would try to, get a little bit of action on the hand. Maybe there's some shoving of 20 big blinds, but again, it is one of those that's like, it misses flops. It's profitable to jam. If you're in any way not sure of what to do, going all in is going to be fine.
Kings again for the hero.
It's probably better to miss out on value than to make a big blunder for all your chips. Right? So let's say that if you min raise Ace King, you're going to make X amount. But if you just shove 20 big blinds, you're going to make X minus like whatever. It's better to do that than to get into a situation where you flop 6, 7, and 8 and panic and bet and get raised and don't know what to do. And all of a sudden you're out 5, 6, 7, 8 big blinds, right? So if you're ever unsure and you have a profitable shove and you're like inexperienced in a situation, I would definitely recommend just doing that, taking what you know to be a profitable move rather than jeopardizing your chips in some dangerous situation.
Any amount I raise with Ace King, I always regret unless I'm shoving.
Right.
I'm always like, there's 4 limpers. I'm just going to pot this. I'm just going to pot it. Put in a huge re-raise. I'll get 1 caller. No, I got like 3 callers, and the flop comes queen high. I'll just take the money now. I'll just ship it in, take the money now. And if you want to call with 2 10s and we flip, great.
Yeah, and I mean, at this stage of the tournament, if you're inexperienced as well, like that's going to be fine, right? Like that's going to be absolutely okay. And as I say, it's probably better to do that than to get yourself into a pickle and just start punting chips off. You're missing out on value, and long term, if you keep playing tournaments like that and keep playing your big situations like that, it is going to be harder for you to accumulate chips and win. That's not to say that it's not immediately profitable.
Short-term solution.
Exactly. It's like putting a Band-Aid on, right? Onto a problem. you have to go away and think, how could I
Applause.
get more value next time? But like right now, I know this is making chips. I'm just gonna roll with it.
Shove of the button from Tony. Similar stack for Grezeg, who cannot call with Queen 8. 22 players remain. Lost a couple of players in 25th, 24th, 23rd, who we have not seen yet. Zika Surf went out in 26th.
Look at a queen 9 offsuit folding on the button. We got a queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. This is probably a hand that can check.
Or shove.
Or shove. Can shove. Oh, can always shove. There's enough playability for a check. But, you know, again, if someone is never going to limp a strong hand, why not just deny the equity right now? Take your share of the pot. If you think that's the thing that's happening, then jamming anything is going to make chips.
Golgo, who was first and second in chips for a lot of this tournament, now near the bottom of the leaderboard, just going to click a raise with the pocket aces.
Yeah, and I like this. We spoke a little bit. Oh, that is a huge flop. That is a dangerous flop.
They are dead heat after this flop, 50-50.
And this is only going one way, isn't it? This is going all in pretty quickly. Huge pot for Gogol.
Golgo has to hold. And does double up Golgo back up to 4.4 million. This is a great time to bring James Hartigan back in.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, what a moment for the General, who, as you referenced there, has had a bit of an interesting journey through the late stages of the Sunday Million. One-time chip leader, now back almost inside the top 10. I noticed that Hero, who started the day as the biggest stack, has reclaimed the chip lead, 12.7 million with 22 players left.
And interestingly there, with the aces, is about 15 or 16 big blinds deep. It's so much more comfortable, isn't it, to put in the min raise with the made hand and rip the ace king. But that's definitely, you know, one of those spots where you want to be min raising off 15 with a lot of other hands. So it's fine to do it with aces. It's not one of those where your hands just face up because you're raising off a short stack.
Man, I can't believe that 10-3 isn't holding up here.
It's a sick game, isn't it?
I wonder if 10-3 would have done the lot if they had made the flush on the river.
This is an overbet as well. Pretty interesting decision. I think the 10 probably does more harm than good in terms of blockers. You want your opponent to be bluffing with like 10-8, queen 10, king 10 maybe.
So blinds 81.60. Where are we at with prize money right now? 22 remaining. Sorry, 21 remaining. There was just another elimination. So
nice.
That means everyone is now locked up. $2,869. Next money jump when we're down to 17.
Love this 3-bet with the 9s from Hero. Hero's going from strength to strength. Really the story of the last hour.
Yeah.
Up over well. 13 million now.
Picking up hands, but playing them considerably well.
Yep. I think really as well, at like this stage of a tournament, in a field like this, right? Let's think about being deep in a 1K, 2K, 5K. You really have to play exceptional hold'em to make sure that you're not giving anything up against the world's best players. I think at this stage in the tournament, in the Sunday Million, it's really who's making the fewest mistakes, right? Who's making the fewest blunders, right? Like, you don't really need to necessarily go really like out of the box and make sure you're finding every perfectly balanced spot, make sure you're finding every time you have the right blocker, you're going to find the bluff raise at the river. I think this field is more about who can hold their nerve and who can, you know, play just solid hold'em and not getting into any unnecessary business, because there's definitely an edge that can be pushed, but you're not going to get really punished for not pushing that edge. Players aren't going to come after you in spots where they would at a 1K or a 2K or a 5K or like a high roller that we might normally cover. I think this tournament is about just being solid.
Don't be an idiot.
Right, and you're going to have players who, for whatever reason, be it inexperience or pressure, they are an idiot, right? They
Well,
do
it's
the
like-
thing, they're just going to blast or something like that. And you kind of just have to wait for blow-ups to happen a little bit more. Whereas in a 5K, no one's really going to like blow up and punt the tournament, and that's where you get your value, right?
I can get into the mind of these players because this is me, right? This would be me. If I made it this far, it would be just don't make a mistake. Just don't make a mistake. It's like tempo run. You're just running, right? You're just running the whole time. And all you're trying to do is not fall off a cliff. But it's going to happen to almost everybody.
Yeah.
In this type of tournament.
I have to say, though, the mantra, don't make a mistake, isn't as strong as don't be an idiot. And as far as a marketing slogan is concerned, as far as a hashtag that we can associate with the Sunday Million, you know, the $109 Sunday Million on PokerStars, hashtag don't be an idiot.
Don't be an idiot. And I think that might be enough at this stage.
Because it works in the sense that don't be an idiot and miss it, but also don't be an idiot when you're actually playing it. I mean, sometimes you can't help it, right? You run aces into kings and the guy catches a king on the river, but, you know, I still like
that's not to say that everyone who busts is playing like an idiot or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. But you know, like it's just about like playing your own game. Don't second guess yourself. Don't do something you wouldn't ordinarily do because you're trying to like make something happen. Just play solid.
Of course. Looks like we've reached the second break of the day. 21 players remaining, so 3 tables of 7 left. A field of 10,350 was whittled down to 75 on day 1. Now they are close to the final 9 and closer to that first prize of $108,000. We are going to follow the Sunday Million through to its conclusion tonight. Hero, the chip leader, with $13.5 million. And we are going to be changing feature table after the break. Something I realised that we can talk to you about, Spraggy, because we're not going to bring it up on the podcast this week, because it's definitely old news now, and it'll be even older news by the middle of this week. EPT Online. I just realised we didn't get a chance to catch up with you during the series. Vincent made a cameo appearance on the stream when he was chip leader going into day 2 of the main event. But this isn't a loaded question. How did the series actually go for you?
There's probably a reason you didn't hear from me in any of the coverage or anything like that. I had a pretty disastrous EPT, I think. It's very disappointing because it's one of those that you look forward to. Certainly I was looking forward to it, and having been associated with the EPT with you guys for a few years now.
Yeah.
But I haven't played a main because normally I'm doing something. I've been commentating with you lot, things like that. I haven't had a chance to get in and play one, so I was very excited to get in and play one. I actually had a really good start on day 1, and I had a lot of chips, and then I lost a pot, as you do, pretty frustrating pot, and then just didn't get my spin going on day 2, and the side events as well. I just never really found a deep run or a favorable run. And similarly, I was playing obviously the mini EPT online, which I really like that as an idea because I've been a full-time player for nearly 10 years and I hadn't got to play an EPT for one reason or another. But I'm sure there's a lot of people who watch our broadcast and enjoy the EPT who, because of the live nature of it, haven't been able to play, be it because the buy-ins are too big or be it because they can't take time away from work or whatever it is. So I think it was great that we ran a mini EPT, so that so many people who've never had a chance to be involved in an EPT in any sense played.
Can you believe that I've never been able to get the time off from work to play an EPT?
Sickening, isn't it?
So
and
gross.
you could do both as well, like on the table 1 minute, interview, commentary the second. Why not?
I've suggested it many times. It's a non-starter.
Yeah, especially when you're stuck in the state of California. I knew that mini EPT was going to be a success, Braggy. I didn't think it would be quite as big as it was. I think the main event, the $55 buy-in main event, had a guarantee of around, I think it was $500K, and it had nearly a $1 million prize pool. It nearly 2x'd its guarantee.
Yeah, and I think, that just speaks to the strength of, and I think you guys, credit to you that you're a big part of the EPT and the sort of strength of the brand, which I can't, I hate saying the strength of the brand, but the EPT, the European Poker Tour, it is one of those that has a certain prestige to it. And it's very easy to get, bogged down with series. But the EPT maintained it's a European Poker Tour event. And I think that's why we saw so many people turn out for it.
But you're right. On the other hand, and Joe, I don't know what you thought going into the EPT Online series. I didn't know whether that would actually work, though, because what we've seen this year is a lot of online series, which have provided that entertainment that people have needed over the course of the last 9 to 12 months. And coming into the month of November, another online series, I didn't know whether it would have that feeling amongst the players and amongst the viewers of whether it had that EPT prestige. I think it did, Joe, but going in, I just didn't know whether it would translate, whether people would treat it like an EPT festival.
Oh my goodness, not only did it translate, we were one of the top entertainment sources out there. We beat The Mandalorian. We beat Fargo season 4. We beat the Borat movie. I mean, the fact that this isn't appointment TV yet, DVR that, oh no, wait, we're on the internet. Someday, we're going to be seen as a real TV show.
Well, as I keep saying to you,
we are a real TV show.
It is
a
real
TV show. It's one of the best TV shows.
The URL has TV in the title. As far as I'm concerned, it qualifies. And hey, The Mandalorian's on the internet as well, strictly speaking. Just because there's an app on your smart TV doesn't necessarily mean it's not coming through the broadband connection. Spraggy, are you watching The Mandalorian?
No, I'm not actually. I have not watched. Do you know, I started watching.
He's like, actually, I'm not. I have a girlfriend.
Well, I'll tell
I'm
you what.
I'm not a nerd anymore, James.
Well, we'll save that conversation for the next break. Players are coming back. Let's give Joe a brief hiatus from the booth. Spraggy and I are going to head across to our next feature table, which has a few people we've seen already over the course of the day. Mr. Striker, Marco Villa, Second Social, Tua, who started the day as one of the biggest stacks. In fact, Tua is a player I got a little bit of information on, Benjamin. Lander Lijo, a 2012 Scoop winner, a 2016 W Coop winner, plays a lot of high buy-in events on Stars.
Well, there you go. That's certainly exactly what we've been talking about, players who've experienced deep runs or higher stakes and are going to know exactly what to do in these spots and apply pressure. This is a very interesting one to kick us off, isn't it? Flush draw versus flush draw, but Tua with the pair of fives as well, currently with the best hand.
Tua with the James Bond, 7-5 of spades.
Proper Bond, 7-5 of spades. And continues on the flop. Still got the best of it. And we'll be pretty happy with their equity position overall. They're still drawing pretty live against even a king. And, of course, we can see that pretty good lead over the 10-8 at the moment. Just see if Cool Twister will decide to bluff again on the turn. They do. And I think I like it. They're going to have plenty of kings in their hand here that they want to bet for value. So finding a bluff that can also improve. Obviously, 10-8 is the natural candidate there, right? You're just going to make a flush sometimes.
Okay, so no spade, and 7-5 is actually the best hand. Bottom pair. And what I'm fascinated to see if Cool Twister tries to bluff this river, and if we get the hero call from a pair of fives, because that will be best hand of the day so far if that happens.
It will be. I think Cool Twister might not want to bluff with spades in their hand. They do go for it. The 7-5 suited is a bit of a miserable bluff catcher, because you want your opponent to be bluffing with some spades, and you might want them to be bluffing with something like 7-8. So the 7 of spades is kind of a bad hand to have if you want your opponent to be bluffing. That said, it is as you say, James, it is a small bet. You're going to have to call a lot more frequently to the small bet.
So small. Doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't as well, because we spoke about their range on the turn having a lot of kings. They were kind of representing a king.
Yeah.
So if you have a king, you have 3 of a kind, you kind of want to go for a big value bet. You kind of have a hand that's worth a lot of chips. That's a great call by the 7-5 suited.
And Tua with the hero call up to 7.7 million now. 4th in chips behind Lone Hicks. Mr. Striker. Smoking or non-smoking? Smoking. And Hero, who's at one of the other 2 tables, still the biggest stack with more than 13 million. 20 players remaining now, so 2 eliminations away from being down to the final 2 tables.
Yeah, I do think, again, I think a bigger sizing probably would have worked there, and a bigger sizing, especially in position, would have been preferenced, and the texture of the board. It's a spot where your value range is just, a king a lot. But a nice pick-off, very nice pick-off.
Yeah, but I hear you. I mean, it seems to me that the card you're worried about is the king, but if your opponent has the king, they're surely betting more than 700k there.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I am betting more, and don't call me Shirley. But Cool Twister wins that one.
We've backed ourselves into a airplane joke
It's
corner
one of
here.
those things
Luckily, there's like 4,000 gags in that
And I
film.
know, because if Joe were here, he would tell you this himself. So often, like, you'll find a player at a table who you'll riff on and kind of create a bit, and in the back of your mind, you're just begging for them to go broke so you can drop it, right? So you don't have to continue, because once you've started, you can't then abandon. You have to commit fully, and it's like the longer they stick around, the longer you have to sustain the routine.
Yeah. I love this 3-bet, King 9 suited. Definitely a hand that is used as a bluff here. And definitely Ace Queen is a hand that sometimes prefers to 4-bet all in. And if you're going to 4-bet all in against anyone, I think 2 is a good candidate, because clearly a player, as we said, been here, done it. They're going to find the light 3-bets. You know, if this is someone who's perhaps going to freeze up, then that 3-bet's going to be a lot stronger. I might not want to 4-bet Ace Queen, but good playback from the Ace Queen from the player now over 6 million chips. OK Junior BR.
OK Junior, yeah.
AOK Junior BR. That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Maybe
BR,
maybe
Brazilian.
Let's just abbreviate,
A-OK.
shall we? This player is AOK Junior. And
We had a gifted sub in the chat. Do you see this, James? In our Twitch chat here. Thank you very much to Soccer Namlak for 5 gifted subs to the wonderful PokerStars community.
Very generous. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, the BR obviously denoting Brazil. And we've got a really strong international spread of players in the final 19 now. 1 away from being down to the final 2 tables.
And top pair for Lone Hicks. Outflopping Marco Villa. They were dominated before the flop, dominated after the flop. A little bit of a trappy situation going down here. But Marco Villa does not take the bait on the turn, continues to check the jack high. And there's the delayed c-bet with the queen jack. Again, this is kind of interesting, because I think by far and away the most... Well, that's just got a lot more interesting, because Marco Villa has just check called Jack 10 offsuit, no draw, out of position, and snap checked the river. So I imagine if they were going to check call the turn, they have plans in mind, but it was a very quick river check and then a very quick river fold. So ambitious play from Marco Villa, I would say. We spoke about not making blunders, not making mistakes, and not sort of stepping outside of that box. Jack 10 offsuit, check calling there on the turn. Very unnecessary out of the box sort of thing going on.
So blinds have just gone up, Spraggy, now playing 100, 200. And average stack is now 5.4 million. So just over a 25 big blind average. And Lone Hicks winning that one uncontested with the queens.
Man, Markov is kind of going for it, though. Called with the queen 4 offsuit, not afraid to get in with the jack 10. I think the jack 10 is a little bit misguided in that you want to have some sort of connection to the board. And if you are going to decide to take a stand, so to speak, it's better to maybe lead the turn or to check raise or to lead the river or do something other than just check call jack high and then check fold it. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sure everyone spotted that we're playing 9-handed again, which would tell you that we are down to the final 2 tables. We're down to 18 players. You'll notice that Cheese 9 has arrived, as has Leis und Laut.
Yeah, so like I say, Marco Villa just really needs to just be careful, because this is the point of the tournament where your value of your chips is just increasing and increasing and increasing as you get towards the bigger payouts. And that Jack 10 may seem like a small, somewhat insignificant pot, but those chips are worth a lot of real dollars at this point.
Mm.
And it's almost better if you are taking a stand or if you are deciding to do something. It's always better to be aggressive with it rather than passive with it. If you're aggressive with it, even if you've got rubbish cards, at least maybe your opponent folds sometimes. At least maybe you can push them out of the pot for whatever reason. Whereas if you check call, it's like you check call out of position, you have no options to win the pot unless you make your card.
It's a good thing he doesn't know how much I hate his guts. Striker folds. A-OK for Sick and Social, who gets a walk there.
Yeah, Jack 10 off in the cutoff, probably the only hand I would look at and think might have expected a raise. So, Lies and Lout, new to the table, opting not to open there with the Jack 10 offsuit. It's not like it's not remarkably tight. I'd say it's tight. And here comes Marco with the Ace Jack. Sick and Social with Ace 10 in the small blind and a short stack. Given what we've seen from Marco, playing quite a few pots, short stack for the Ace 10, might find the rejam here, but Ace 10 offsuit's very unappealing hand. So easily dominated, especially versus these earlier position opens. But what are we, James? 7 big blinds?
Yeah.
Might be time to dance.
Nope, lets it go.
Nice fold.
So instead it's the big stack of Tua with the decision in the big blind. Tua currently 6th in chips. Hero still overall chip leader. Lone Hicks, the biggest stack at this table.
And again, it's that 3x open from Marco, which probably dissuades Sick and Social from finding the shove. Even versus a min raise, they might think that they're more likely to generate a fold, which Ace 10, ideally it would just generate a fold. Versus the 3x is a little bit more committing. It's a little bit more committal, I suppose is the word. And Marco keeps using that 3x sizing. Just a little bit, again, just unorthodox play. And the implications of it probably that you're going to miss out on some value sometimes. That exact hand illustrates it really well, where Marco had Ace Jack, was up against Ace 10 in the small blind, which could rejam versus a min raise, and Ace 8 in the big blind, which might defend versus a min raise. But when you 3x it, you sort of take that option of the player rejamming the short stack, and you also take out a lot of the defends in the big blind that you dominate. So that's why a lot of players will go for the smaller sizing.
Well, the cheese stands alone. Cheese 9 with pocket nines.
Some pretty miserable hands in early position. A-OK with a suited ace deuce is certainly raising material. Folding material.
It is Sick and Social who, as you observe, Spraggy, has a very short stack. Fewer than 7 bigs now.
Yeah, and much nicer to shove when there's no open in front of you. You've got a lot more fold equity. Only have to get it through 3 hands here in the cutoff. Ace 3 offsuit, has to go, and nines, you'd imagine, is meeting it all in the middle.
Yeah.
Sick and Social at risk.
And a player's gone broke from the other table, so Sick and Social has guaranteed themselves the money jump should they go broke here with Ace 3. No ace on the flop, or turn, or river. Cheese nines hold. And that is the elimination of Sick and Social. Yeah, you spam your nines in the chat, Cheese 9. That's the nines work for you. It's all about the nines.
Cheese 9 with a 9-9. 9 on the avatar as well. Look at that. Real dedication to nines. Loves nines.
Loves the nines. Loves the stars nuts. Sick and Social cashing out for just shy of $4,000. That's what everyone's locked up now. $3,991. Next money jump when we're down to 13.
And this is where the game's won and lost, right? 10,000 plus run a field. Come all this way, but this is where it matters. Now you're playing or starting to play for what is for most people life-changing money. 6 figures up top. It's a nice payday, $2,000-$3,000, but this is where the real game is won and lost. And decisions at this point are just increasingly worth more and more money. Pressure going up and up and up all the time.
Yeah.
And I've been in this situation in tournaments myself, and yet this is where you really start to feel the pinch. You go down to that final 2 tables, you think, okay, this is it. Like, it's actually happening. And you really just have to, as I said, play someone like Marco Villa, who's been stepping out of line a bit. This is where you have to just keep your smarts about you and not give it away. It always feel worse if you give it away. If you run aces into kings or ace king into queens, you lose your flips, then you can't really feel too bad about it. But I think everybody now will just be trying to make sure they don't give it away.
Hashtag don't be an idiot.
You got it.
And with 15 players remaining now, so we had two tables of 8, there's been an elimination from the other table. So we have a table of 8 and a table of 7. 15 remaining, and when we get to 10, we will be hand for hand on the final table bubble.
So King Queen here as well is a hand that certainly could just decide to shove versus a button seal. If you think that a reasonable expectation is for Cool Twister to open something like between 55-65% of buttons, then King Queen is going to be able to jam and deny equity a lot and just win the pot pre-flop. Marco deciding to slow down comes along in the small blind, and Jack 6 in the big blind is a little bit wide. Again, it's about getting your equity share back out of the pot once you enter, and Jack 6 is a hand that's always going to struggle to do that. Great flop for the button with the ace-7 of hearts. Cool twister. Cool flop. Now is not the time to do anything for Striker. They fold.
Well, ace king here for cheese 9.
Comes in for the open. Comes in to play. Threes with the muck. Not really an attractive hand, especially at this stack depth with some stacks behind you that could decide to shove. You're not really in a position where you want to be set mining. And every pip of the pair is better, because you just have more playability. So deuces, like you're always flopping under pairs. Once you get up to like 6s, 7s, obviously you've got a lot more playability, 5s potentially, but deuces, 3s, 4s, you're going to start to see folds as we get shallower. Ace King takes it down.
5 minutes till the blinds go up, and an open here from Lone Hicks with King 5 of diamonds. Lone Hicks currently 4th in chips. One of 3 Canadian players in the final 15. The other two being Cheese 9 and Hero, the overall chip leader at the other table.
And I like this open of the King 5 suited as well. This is one where I think if people are going to start playing too tight, this is an open that they probably miss. But these suited kings in an 8-handed poker game, definitely well within your rights to open them up. And it looks like going to get it through to the big blind who folds as well. But again, James, that's sort of an experience thing, and someone who might be playing within themselves isn't going to find that open, but it's good. I think we should be finding it.
Okay, Pocket Rockets in flight. Cheese 9 with the bullets. Opens to 418,000. Queen Jack offsuit for Ted. Mr. Striker 77.
It's a pretty miserable hand, Queen Jack offsuit, especially versus under the gun 1. Striker coming in for the call though, and flops really well. I'd almost say that they're happier to see this flop than they would necessarily maybe to see like a Jack high board or a Queen high board. Just because their equity against something like aces is pretty good. Their equity against a hand like ace king is still really good because they can connect with the jack, the queen. Obviously, if they catch a king, they're going to make their opponent top pair sometimes. So almost as good as it gets for Mr. Striker, especially with the offsuit combo. This is really where they'd like to be at. I love this check from Cheese 9. The 10-9x board is a board where the in-position caller does really well because they have a lot of Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10. Then they have a lot of Queen Jack, King Queen, King Jack, which are 2 overs and a straight draw. So a lot of our range wants to check at a position on 10-9 deuce, and it's nice that they're mixing in the aces so that they're not just always check folding. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go for check raise because their hand can drive value from those straight draws. A hand exactly like Queen Jack, they go for the check raise all in, which is massive.
And this is most of Mr. Striker's remaining chips. I'm not sure you want to call this off here with a draw. I guess you got 2 overs as well as the open ender.
Well, it's really awkward because if Mr. Cheese has ace 10, they're in great shape. They do call.
Jack and a king. Wow. That's the straight on the river. And Cheese 9 is KO'd out in 14th place.
Man, what a huge, huge pot. And interestingly, I think the sizing choice from the aces probably induced the call because it looked like a hand, perhaps like a 10, that felt like it had flopped best, but wanted to deny more equity, wanted to take the pot down right now. I think maybe if they went for a smaller check raise, their hand would look something more like aces and kings, which, is less worried about runouts. Whereas the check jam made it look like they maybe only had a 10, and the queen jack, as you said, has the 2 overs and the straight draw against the 10. So correct to call, and unbelievably, Mr. Striker nails it on the river and has nearly 12 million chips.
Yeah, huge pot. That was two big stacks going up against each other there. And now we have domination rotation. Queen 9 outflops King Queen. Marco Villa continuing for 800k, half pot.
Yeah, and this is actually a board where Marco Villa, we just spoke about it, the 10-9x flop out of position, probably would prefer to do some checking. Marco Villa doesn't seem like the sort of player who, slows down particularly often. We've seen them do some pretty outrageous things. They do slow down on what is a very miserable turn. Maybe if they pick up a backdoor heart, they can continue to bluff. But the ace of spades, they're dead against some hands now. The gut shot straight draw isn't even live. So I like the decision to check here.
Well,
I just wonder maybe, James, if they could find a delayed bluff at the river.
Oh. No, checks it,
No.
and Mr. Striker might take the showdown value here.
Yeah, I think so. I think your opponent's going to have enough. King, queen, queen, jack, king, jack. Maybe even they bet something like 7s or 8s on the flop for some protection. I could see Marco doing that for sure. The 9 is good.
And that pot is going to give Mr. Striker 77 the overall chip lead now, 13.9 million. In fact, let's go across to the other table, Spraggy, and check in on Hero, who's just behind Mr. Striker with 13.6 million. Facing a raise here with ace 10. The actions come from Dan is the king.
Yeah, I think ace 10 is going to be a 3-bet here some of the time as well, especially more and more as we move into an ICM situation. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a re-raise. They do decide just to fold versus under the gun. I say under the gun, but we are 6-handed now, so it's not true under the gun. It's not as tight as you would expect under the gun to be in a 9-handed game. Good flop for Dan is the king. Wide peel, backdoor straight draw.
I'm kind of like looking around me to see if I've got any post-it notes, a little bit to paper that I can blue tack, because I'm with Joe 100%. That thing would be blocked on my screen. Yeah.
Lex does it. Lex hates clowns. He will block the image.
It's not all clowns. It's just this one is particularly vile.
Yeah. Well, they've been punished. Dan is the king finding the delayed value bet with the king. Gets picked off by the queen jack. It's no good.
Well, I'm sure as you know, Spraggy, we recently discovered the power of the cat avatar. We discovered that if you have a cat as your avatar, it brings you intense good fortune. I'm going to throw it out there that maybe the creepy clown has the opposite impact and actually just box you in every spot imaginable. I mean, it's probably BS, but I'm just going to throw it out there as a theory just to stop people from choosing creepy clowns as their avatars.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Speaking of creepy clients, there's one in our Twitch chat. Look at that. Disgusting. Oh, Queen 4 blind versus blind caused a stir earlier with the blind v blind call. We do see it in a post-flop situation here. Dan is the king. Makes the best hand on the turn.
I was going to say,
sticks around.
Very different situation here because in this particular situation, there's a 4 on the board, which makes the Queen 4 call inspired.
Yep, and it takes a showdown, and it's good. There's some ace-ace action for us. A raise first from Hero with ace-5 suited.
Artisanal sourdough. Former chip leader Hero, now second on the leaderboard. Mr. Striker 77 at the other table is now the biggest stack of the 13 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million. And interesting flat from Gogol Spraggy.
Yeah, here we go. The trap is on. Ace-10 offsuit takes the 3-bet bait on the button. Ace-5 suited is the hand. It is the hand. There's a lot of 4-betting with ace-5 suited. A wise man once told me it's never bad to be all in with ace-5 suited, putting in that last action. Wouldn't it be the perfect trap for Gogol if Hero decides now is the time to execute that 4-bet bluff with the so-called perfect combination? It would be dreamland if Hero finds this bluff. And they're in the time bank for it.
Don't do it.
I mean, it's already worked out pretty well because the clown is now committed if Google decides to back raise, which they're going to back raise, and now it's only an extra 1 million chips. So the trap is well and truly on, and Aces is in a great equity position against Ace-10 off, about as good as it gets.
Isn't it amazing that you can refer to this player as the clown without any kind of... Oh, 10 on the flop. But no chance of a 10 on the river. Not when you choose that avatar, my friend. And Gogol 878, the general, is up to 8.8 million, fifth in chips overall with 13 remaining, which means everyone's now locked up $5,550.
Nice, and that's almost double, or just over double Google's previous best score. So a very impressive run here today, and the clown, quote unquote, rejamming the ace-9 offsuit is going to get it through. Be aggressive plays. Got caught the last hand as well. It's pretty impressive after you get caught with your hands in the cookie jar a little bit to come straight back out and blast the very next hand, but picking up some chips. Google back at it with the 8-7 offsuit blind versus blind. This raise size is a little bit of a problem in that, because of the commentator, the big blind folds. I was going to say, because it's just 2x out of position, your opponent is going to be playing in position post flop, so it's really attractive to be able to just call the one extra big blind and be in position when ranges are really wide and your opponent's going to be weak quite often. But the Jack 5 suited does just fold.
Sate boy, not sated, does have the belly buster, but with top pair, Hero way ahead now and improves to trips on the turn plus the flush draw.
Yeah, dream run out. I don't mind a check on the turn too much, given that your opponent is going to have a few flushes, probably not too many, and not really too much strong ace-x, given they just flattered in the small blind. So maybe trying to induce a bluff, check back some aces on the turn. You do have the king of diamonds as well, so there's no bad run out for you. There's no bad card.
Whatever you
You're
like.
just going to make a queen feel a bit more comfortable at the river, perhaps.
Whatever you like, pointing out that it's gone pretty fast today, and that's a fair observation. I mean, what, they've been playing for 2.5 hours nearly, and we've got down from 75 to 13, but that's the nature of the Sunday Million. You know, it plays with a relatively fast structure. If you've got a 2-day event where you've got to get down from 10,500 players to a winner, you know, you can't have 40-minute blind levels. You're not going to have every single incremental jump in the structure.
This is a really interesting time bank from the King Jack of Hearts. Perhaps the King Jack of Hearts is feeling like...
Oh, wow.
Wow, looks it up.
I was
looked it up.
Not expecting a hero call there.
Well, maybe the King Jack of Hearts, as I was going to say, maybe they feel like at that stack depth, if their opponent has a flush or if they have trips, then they'd be looking to play for stacks. Maybe they think they'd be looking to bet flop, turn, and river and be all in. And felt like they were up against something like 8-9 or Jack 10 or, you know, some sort of missed gut shot that c-bet the flop, gave up on the turn, and then started bluffing again. I do think it's pretty optimistic because your opponent is going to trap some ace-x sometimes. Your opponent is going to have a queen sometimes that bets flop and then feels happy to value bet the river. So they had the nut-no pair. I still think their strategy there should be something like, you know, call with a queen. You know, that's a good place to start. I don't think they're checking many aces, but, you know, they're going to get there with some queen 10, queen jack, king queen, which they can check call. I think check calling king high is a bit optimistic, really.
I love the fact that you politely and politically referred to it as an optimistic call.
You call it an optimistic call, and then you call it the nut-no pair, because if a hand has a name, it sounds like it's a thing.
Yeah.
Right? If it's the nut-no pair, it has like, it
has value,
sort of
right?
hand strength. It has some value to it.
Actually, you called with nothing. You called.
If I say they just check called nothing at the river and got destroyed, then I look, you know, a little heartless.
A bit on brand for you.
Yeah, I'm just getting old, aren't I? 30 years old now.
Old and sentimental.
I know.
So still at 13 players, by the way. Final 2 tables of the Sunday Million competing for a first prize of more than 100k. Should point out that Hero with the Panda has retaken the chip lead. 16 million at the start of this hand. Facing a raise in the big blind from Gogol 8-7-8. We've got Dan as the king to act on the button, who flats. Hero with queen 3.
Yeah, 10-8 suit on the buttons. Nice hand, playable hand. You can do what you want on the button. A little bit of freedom to maneuver. Queen 3 off, pretty low down, disconnected. Maybe 3-bet versus late position opens sometimes. Probably not. Definitely folding here. And a low, somewhat connected flop. Ace-10 choosing to start with a check. It's a spot where Google is going to have all of the pairs in their range. They do check call, and that's a disastrous turn for them. Dan as the king takes the lead now. Google does have the benefit of, it's a 4-liner board. They just have ace high. I'd be a little bit surprised if they choose to keep investing chips in this situation. Dan is the king, I think, can go either way. Takes the lead against all the ace highs. Probably can't go for value over turn and river. So decides to check back, take one step closer to showdown, and pick off the bluff. Nicely done, nicely maneuvered.
So we have 2 players in the final 13 with usernames which, in my belief, are based on movie characters. Gogol 878, possibly referencing General Gogol from the James Bond movies, who made his first appearance, by the way, in The Spy Who Loved Me, 1977. 7-7 being not just the hand the hero is shoving with here, but also the final 2 digits at the end of Mr. Striker's username. A reference possibly to Ted Stryker from Airplane.
Knowledge is the bomb. And here's the thing about James Hartigan's James Bond knowledge. I can sit here and confidently tell you there's no Wikipedia open. There's no jamesbond.com info community page open. This is all off the dome.
And for this stream, I can guarantee it, because if I did have Wikipedia open, number one, I don't have the space on the monitors, but also it would probably overload the CPU. It would be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, right? You must have had that, right, where you've just done one extra thing, and it's like, and then suddenly everything just
encoding
breaks.
error, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember this? What was one of the first streams we did? It was a EPT retro stream, and it was one of the first ones we did, and James was streaming off the Mac, and we had a battery problem where, for whatever reason, it was charging, but it wasn't charging properly, right?
Okay.
Like it was charging at like half speed or not full charge.
Obviously, famously, Apple decided that their MacBooks shouldn't actually come with any useful interfaces, so they put the USB-C sockets all the way around them. And there is a known problem where there is one USB port on the left-hand side of the Mac which doesn't really receive the charge properly. It's like, I don't know whether it's an official thing, but it's certainly like a kind of on all the Apple forums, it's like, always plug the charger into the right-hand side of the MacBook. It's receiving the charge and the battery's still going down. I'm like, I don't know what to do, guys, but there's like 7% battery left, and this stream's going to go off air.
We had this great moment. There's like the Discord chat, and James's battery update was like, okay, we're at 10%. It doesn't seem to be charging. It's like we're 8%. It's still not working. Could anyone do anything? I genuinely think we got down to about 2 or 3%, and the stream was about to cut out and be off air before we scrambled a solution.
I did have to do some quick rewiring to ensure that there was a charging port that would actually. The moment it actually held steady and didn't keep going down, then it went up by 1%, and we're like, we're saved! We've got 9% battery!
But much like Joe needed to go to the bathroom, we see Jack's move all in here, and I think just going to get through. Much like Joe needed to go to the bathroom and just sitting there and not saying anything, we're all just sitting there commentating as if everything is fine, nothing's happening, nothing's going wrong, and the battery's just like... Tick, tick,
don't
tick,
show
tick,
them the plumbing. Just hope that it all holds together. But and it did. Although, I've learnt my lesson, and I can tell you that the MacBook is sitting on the desk right now, not even switched on. It is not used for anything approaching live streaming.
Yeah. Marley used one to stream on her Mac, and it's just there's so much you can't do, and you do this and do that, and it doesn't work, or they're not fit for streaming really. No. We do see the all in here, and a call from A7. It's ahead, but not holding on the flop. Huge flop for hero. What a river that is. 2
pair versus the straight, and the creepy clown doubles up to 8 million. And Hero still has the chip lead, just taking in all the stacks of all remaining players. And yes, 11.9 million, still the biggest stack with 13 remaining.
An ace-7 offsuit, putting it all in for the tournament life. Definitely not a happy call. I wouldn't be surprised to see some players fold it. You know, even if you're up against the king-queen, your equity against king-queen is very close to a flip. And there are so many other ace-x hands reshoving there that just dominate you entirely. And of course, some pairs that do so as well. But Ho-Ho, the clown, gets away with one, eventually finding the Broadway straight at the river.
Three-way action here, and we've got the open-ended straight draw for Sate Boy. Dan is the king, still has the best hand here with king high.
Yeah, definitely a board that's going to favor the big blind, right? The big blind's coming along with 6-3 suited and 5-3 suited and 7-4 suited, so has a nut advantage on this board where they just have more two pairs. So 7-8 is really a perfect hand for them to be bluffing with because they do have a lot of two pairs that they want to bet for value, so they can tell a believable story. And their 7-8 can improve. It's an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, so the semi-bluff on the turn gets a fold from Dan is the king, who would have improved to top pair on the river. So now Hero ends up with the best hand. Second pair, Sate Boy, running out of time to make a decision, decides to bluff, and bluffs big, nearly full pot, Spraggy.
Yeah, I think I like the big bluff if they're going to bluff. Picked off very quickly by the Jack-10. No messing around with that one.
Really quick call, and Hero's back up over 16 million, 16.7 million, number one on the leaderboard.
The thing is about Sate Boy's range there is when they bet the turn, they're really saying that they have one of these like two pair or straight combinations. Maybe they have a 10 sometimes, but when they bet the river, they're probably not doing too much betting with a 10, certainly not for that sizing. So I like going big, and in a spot in the big blind where you have straights, you have two pairs, you know, you have the two pairs on the flop, but then you also have like 10-6, 10-5, 10-3 suited. You really have to go for it at the river because your two pairs want to go big. So I think your bluff should go big as well. You can apply pressure to a 10. The 10 didn't feel the pressure in this spot. It called very quickly. But your opponent also, Hero there, is going to have some ace highs. They're going to have some ace high diamonds, or they're going to have some sort of hand like ace 5 suited that's stuck around on the turn with what would have been third pair. So I like the bluff with 7-8. They don't have diamonds in their hand either. You don't want to be blocking diamonds. But unfortunately for Sate Boy, Hero with the Hero call, Jack-10, snaps.
Yeah. Sate Boy very much in the danger zone right now. Blinds 150, 300,000 going up in 14 minutes time. So we've just hit this level.
And a huge turn card here because Hero makes two pair, another big pot for them potentially. Dan is the king with the open ender, bricks it out. Another value bet from Hero, quick fold from the ace high. Hero from strength to strength.
So it's actually the first hand of 153 at this table, and Sate Boy gets it in with ace queen, ace 7 for Hero in the small.
Here's a very short stack shove, ace 7 offsuit. Probably a little bit low down. Probably just a little bit too weak to
calls.
Into the middle here. Oh, they go with it.
Domination Nation. That's a straight draw. Oh, and he gets there on the river. Domination rotation of the sickest possible creation. And that is going to see Hero move up over 20 million chips. We should also point out that Sate Boy has been eliminated in 13th place, cashing out for 5.5K. But Hero has near enough a 2-to-1 chip lead now over Mr. Striker 77, who's second on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic at the moment. I think maybe the last 4 or 5 pots all gone Hero's way. They pick up the ace-9 here as well, but a really, really powerful situation for them now, especially as we enter the most relevant ICM portion of the tournament. Pay jumps at the biggest. This is the time when you want to have all those chips, not only, you know, making strong hands, but now you can really use those chips to, you know, put people in positions. Hey, you want to bust out right now? You want to not make that pay jump? And we'll see how Hero wields that stack.
So
top set, by the way.
Temka 99 with the snowman's num num improves to a set on the flop. Dan has picked up the flush draw on the turn, plus has the gut shot straight draw, bets 1.2 mil.
Yeah, and again, this is a board, you know, the big blind in this sort of middling connected situation.
What is it with these runouts?
It's going to do really well, and the bluff is going to pay off because it's a bluff no more. Dan is the king, makes the straight. And it's going to be very hard for Temka to get away from this. Big bet at the river. Again, I like the big bet. It's going to get paid. It's a huge pot going away. Dan is the king. I like the big bet because, again, you're really only going to be value betting straights by that point, and the straight wants to, you know, play for a big pot and is able to do so against top set. It's a sick one, James.
And Temka all in with nines. Creepy Clown calling with threes. Another domination situation. And by the way, thank you, Fungus, for pointing out that it was a belly buster, that straight draw, not a gut shot.
My bad. Yes, thank you.
Action on the side here between Lone Hicks and the Clown. And the 3 on the river.
It's a one-outer. There's a 3 dead in the small blind.
Oh, my God. This is getting absurd.
Oof, that's a tough one to take.
And Temka busts in 12th place. We're down to 11 now. Table of 6, table of 5. One away from the final table bubble. One elimination away from being hand for hand as Gogol opens here with Queen Jack. Ace Queen for Dan.
Dan coming in for the 3-bet, chips up, 15 million. This one's really kicked into gear. There's some really, really sick runouts today. A lot of bluffs that are turning into slightly better made hands at the river, getting paid off. A lot of sick parts. I mean, I guess a 1 out of the 3s against the 9s, they would have fallen if there was an ace on the river as well.
Oh.
So not a 1 outer in the stricter sense, but you talk about sickness. Now we have kings versus ace queen in the small blind.
Lone Hicks opens with the kings. Gogol shoves with the ace queen.
Plays itself.
And General Gogol is going to need to see Barry Greenstein. No ace on the river. That is another elimination, and that means we are on the final table bubble. A player will be moved to this table to keep it balanced. But we are now on the FT bubble with 10 remaining.
This game, and now we have ace, queen, and pocket tens in a 4-handed poker game. 6-7 suited with a raise. You have to imagine, oh, Dan is the king coming in for the more passive of their choices, deciding to call in the small blind. And tens in the big. I can't imagine this does anything. It's all in. You say anything except for raise. That's a big raise.
Is this going to be a flip?
I don't know if I want to call off ace queen on the final table bubble with pay jumps in play. I will say what's working well for the ace queen is a hand like kings, queens, or aces probably decides to 3-bet and call off. But you're always worried when there's just an open shove like that it is ace king, which is a huge problem. So ace queen gets out of the way. That one could have got a lot uglier though.
Yeah. So come across to the other table here. So we're 5-handed at both tables now. And you referenced the pay jump there. That is worth referencing. 5.5K for 10th. And as advertised on screen, $7,720, an extra $2,200 if you can ladder up to 9th. So here we have Tua and Cool Twister in the blinds. 10-8 versus Jack 6.
I like the raise with Jack 6. It's one of those offsuit unplayable hands. You're much more preference to just try and deny the equity pre-flop than you are to take a flop. And in this instance, Cool Twister flops top pair with their offsuit garbage. Tua with a gut shot, sorry, excuse me, with a belly buster.
Belly buster.
And a backdoor flush draw, which may well be coming in. Pick up spades on the turn, but gives Cool Twister 2-pair. I think Cool Twister just looking to drive a lot of value on this hand. So many worse hands that can call, so many draws to get value from. And be looking to try and set up stacks on the majority of rivers as well.
So just over 1/3 pot as a 3-1 favorite.
see if Tua decides to just continue here, or maybe to, now that they pick up even more equity, to jam. They do shove all in.
Cool Twister calls all in and gets done on the river, not the flush, but the straight, and that's going to take us to the final table as we see Cool Twister bubble in 10th place, taking us down to the final 9. Cool Twister out for $5,550, and now the 9 players on your screen, the 9 players who've made the final table of this week's Sunday Million, and are all now guaranteed $7,700 and competing for that first prize of more than 100K.
Tua just getting there with the belly buster, backdoor flush draw. I can understand the jam. It's very easy when you're looking here and you see that the opponent has Jack 6, but your opponent's going to be betting some hands like King highs and Queen highs. And when you've got 10 high, if you can get them to fold, that's a really good result. And of course, if they don't, you still have the flush draw and the straight draw. They hit the straight draw in this instance, and Tua makes the FT. That's a really, really sick final 2 tables to come down to this final 9. We've seen some pretty dramatic stuff, James.
Yeah, we've got Hero coming into the final as chip leader, 19 million. The other Canadian player, Lone Hicks, second in chips with 15 million. 2 at 133, playing from the United Kingdom, the third biggest stack. We've got Dan is the King from the Netherlands, Marco Villa from Ireland, Lies und Laut from Germany, Jorho from Finland, Mr. Striker 77 from Russia, and AOK from Brazil.
We've already got a pretty big pot. 6 million chips slide in the way of Dan is the King. Top pair versus top pair. The board kind of killed some of the action running out with the 4-liner. And Dan is the King takes the showdown and wins with the Queen 10 suited.
And that's going to see Dan is the King move into second position right now. And now we're in a situation where there is a jump with every single elimination. And the payouts for the final 9 are on the screen at all times for you guys to see. And considering the stack depth right now, and it's not really in the grand scheme of things that deep, and considering those payouts, I would not be surprised if for the second week running we didn't see numerous attempts for players to get deal discussions going.
Yeah, there's certainly going to be attempts. It really, as I mentioned earlier, it really depends who gets there. If I had to guess, given how, the history Tua has as a player, maybe a former WCOOP champion, Scoop champion, perhaps might be a little bit more unwilling to do a deal than perhaps someone who's more recreational and is here for the first and potentially the last time. So we'll see how it shakes down. This is the lights are on brightest. It doesn't really get any bigger than this for the vast majority of poker players. The Sunday Million final table. This is, even I played for 10 years. This is still, I've never been in this situation. This is still what I dream of when I register on a Sunday. This is where you want to be. So a big, potentially couple of hours coming up for all of our players. And those stacks, of course, the chip distribution, all very important with the payouts, pay jumps in play. It becomes less and less about absolute hand strength. It becomes less and less about the cards you have in your hand. And it becomes more about how able you are to invest chips at this stage in the tournament. And this is a prime example where King 5, ordinarily versus 1 C-bet, you're pretty happy, but already versus under the gun, that player has more chips than you. There is a threat of your tournament life being on the line when there are shorter stacks in play. So immediately the King 5 is very uncomfortable. And that's why we're going to see lots of pots like this, where even though Ace-Jack doesn't have a great connection to the board, ICM out the window. That is a pretty wild turn jam. It's going to work in this instance, but that is a big risk from Jorho, the clown. Ships it in and gets it done, but take a look at this, James.
Lies out with 10s, Ted Striker with aces, Creepy Clown with kings. So the flat from Lies and Lout, sizable raise from Ted Striker.
I think Lies and Lout is probably going to be okay because Jorho's natural action, the Creepy Clown's natural action here, given how much Mr. Striker's already invested, is just going to be to invest the rest of their stack with King. Obviously, they have pretty much the nuts. Not quite the nuts. Mr. Striker has that, but I think it will work well for Lies and Light being able to fold versus this action and actually get away for the minimum with 10s.
Here we go.
Huge
Aces versus kings. Ace on the flop. That's pretty decisive. The creepy clown drawing dead on the turn. That is the double up for Mr. Striker. And now we have queens in the small blind for Dan is the king. Who wants to give Danny Boy some action?
Well, it might end up being A-OK. I can see this folding round to them in 10 big blinds. They are the shortest stack at the table, so they're kind of uncaged in that they need to try and find a double up. Ace-9, definitely a serviceable shove from the cutoff. I'm pulling the trigger here for 10 bigs. In it goes. And an ace in the muck. Dan is the king with a premium hand.
So Dan deciding what to do. Just a flat. Reshove to isolate. Decides to call. Jack-8 folds. Here we go. Ace required. A-OK. Does not hit. And we get our first elimination from the final table. A-OK out in 9th place. $7,720 paid to the Brazilian player, taking us down to the final 8 in this week's Sunday Million.
And it's moved very, very quickly, surprisingly quickly. We might see some more action here with the ace-10. Button open, again, biggest stack with the button open. You'd imagine this is getting pretty out of line at this point. It's a 3-bet from the ace-10. Dan is the king, very high up in their opening range. This is one of the better hands they're going to have on the button. I don't think we see this head into the muck. Taking a flop in position, and what a flop.
I was going to say domination rotation, but I'll put a question mark at the end of that. Domination rotation? Because it is the huge draw for Dan is the king, and it's almost a coin flip here.
Yeah, percentages still running very close, 44.5, 55.5, the ace-10 with a slight lead. You're very happy. When you have the ace-10, this is what you're looking for. It's going to be a bet and play for stacks.
Yeah.
Pretty happy to do it. I think Dan is the king is going to have some worse 10s, going to have some draws.
And Lone Hicks making a pretty committing bet, as you said, Spraggy, looking to get it in here on this flop, or certainly prepared to get it in. The raise from Dan is the king, and the call all in from Lone Hicks. Currently ahead, still ahead, and holds. Lone Hicks holds and wins the biggest pot of this tournament so far. Let's get Mr. Stapleton back into the mix right now. Joe, we've just seen Lone Hicks take the chip lead at this 8-handed final table, nearly 23 million.
I'm just happy to be back here before this is over.
Yeah, it's moving very rapidly. I mean, we could have seen another elimination there. Obviously, we remain 8-handed with Lone Hicks fading the big draw. Picked up a straight draw, a belly buster on the turn as well. An additional sweat to the 9 for the straight. But Dan is the king, down sub 10 million chips now. This is what we like, though, don't we? We like action. We don't want it to crawl along. We don't want a snail's pace.
Look, love the action, and kind of both disgusted and delighted by some of the run-outs that we've seen today.
Same.
Yeah, and I don't think we've really seen anyone who's blasted their stack. You know, it has been those hands we spoke about where it's kind of unavoidable, or they kind of play themselves, like the ace-10 here, or the queens against the ace-9 off the short stack, the kings versus aces. It's all just stuff that you would expect to happen.
And blinds have just gone up to 175,000, 350,000.
You're saying no one's being an idiot?
Don't be an idiot is being very well adhered to. Very well adhered
They're
to.
listening.
It's the Sunday Million. Hashtag don't be an idiot.
I could certainly see 8-9 suited being a hand that Mr. Striker might want to get involved in. You're allowed to do some flatting here. You're certainly allowed to do some 3-betting, although the sizing looks to be a little bit on the smaller end of things. You give a very good price to your opponent in position, which isn't necessarily ideal. I think, fortunately for Mr. Striker, they found Lone Hicks at a position where Lone Hicks had one of the least attractive hands to defend, the King-8 offsuit. Easy mark. But if you're going to 3-bet there, I think you probably want to go a little bit bigger, just because it gets really awkward when your opponent is going to call so often because the price is so good, and then you're out of position with 8 high, and there's so many boards that you don't do well on, or you misnavigate. So calling also fine. I think 3-betting, okay, like a bigger size.
Ace-8,
Lauren
Ace-7.
asks, anyone know if it's possible
Jack-10.
to
Wow.
find a tournament lobby from yesterday? Oops, sorry.
We got
Better get back to
pairs
this.
for all three players here.
And a lead from the ace-7. Now, Marco's been the player who has stepped out of line a little bit. The Jack-10 check call when we're down to final 2 tables. I think this lead is rewarded. Is a little bit optimistic into 2. It's a great turn for Marco.
Wow. And how this is where Hero's kind of like going
Furious. Yeah. All in. That's a big bet. I think you have a very strong hand at that point, and I'd imagine again, jamming is of course profitable. Look, you have 2 pair. It's it's very hard to not make a profitable play, but that's certainly a situation where taking a profitable play, you're missing out on a more profitable one, right? Makes it a smaller sizing on the turn, more likely to get called. You have to increase your risk because your opponent's probably coming in with Jack-10, which still has outs. But I think I'd like to have seen it.
So we got the ace-queen button open. 2 at 1-3-3. Just calls with ace-jack in the big blind. And things get even better for Hero on the turn.
Yeah, but still pretty good for Tua. Once you're up against the button steal and action is as it's gone, I think ace-jack, you're already pretty high up when you just flat. And I think the flat is a product of this ICM scenario with shorter stacks in play. Typically, if we're just playing for chips, then Tua's going to take a more aggressive line pre-flop. I wouldn't be surprised to see them stick around. Folding seems pretty tight versus a button range.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. They do stick around with a raise. They're going to have plenty of queens here, defending probably as low down as queen deuce suited. So they can easily represent a very strong hand. Unfortunately, they're representing a hand that Hero is actually holding.
No 10 on the river. And is Tua going to follow up on that raise? 5 million in the middle.
Be very interesting to see how this plays out. It is a big bet. You're representing a queen. You've got to go big. It's a polarizing sizing. There's the bad news.
Whoops.
There's the bad news.
Tua, more like.
This is Hollywooding, right?
Yes, there is the fold, and that is going to take us to the break. And we have a new chip leader. Hero reclaims the chip lead, 24.6 million. Lone Hicks now the second biggest stack with 23.4 million. 8 players remain. We have already hit the final table after less than 3 hours play. And they will continue to play down to a winner, and we will follow it all the way through. Sunday Million that started yesterday and concludes today. One thing I wanted to talk about, guys, one thing I wanted to quickly reference is we've spoken about Mr. Striker 77, and we've done a lot of airplane references, and it reminded me of something weird that happened in my former career in commercial radio, where we had a company that provided the travel news to the radio station, and they had a plane that would fly over London in the morning to kind of get that kind of eagle-eye view of what was happening on all the major routes around the city.
Wait, they would do it. They would do their version of a traffic copter was a traffic airplane.
It was a small plane, yes.
Oh my God!
It was called the Sky Patrol. Now, obviously, you
Was
know,
it a propeller plane?
it may well have been, for all I know. I never actually saw the plane, but clearly, you know, they were paying for this travel service, but they have to share it with a number of other radio stations, right? I mean, commercial radio is a lucrative business, but no radio station has enough cash to pay for their own plane. But of course, they wanted exclusivity over the travel reporter, their eye in the sky. So they decided that rather than the guy use his real name when he was appearing on this particular radio station, he would have a pseudonym that was exclusive to this radio station. So, for example, if they heard on another radio station that it was like, you know, Joe Bloggs up in the plane, they thought it was a different person if he had a different name, which was exclusive to our radio station. So someone thought it would be hilarious if they named him after the pilot in Airplane. So the idea was he was meant to be called Ted Stryker, but someone got confused and called him Jeff Stryker, who was a 1970s gay porn star. So this guy was known as Jeff Stryker. for the next few years on this London commercial radio station because someone got confused. And that's
This
my...
is Jeff Stryker along with Lexington Steel with your morning traffic report.
And there you go. That is my fun little Striker story for you. We did reference it at the last break. Spraggy said he hasn't watched it. Joe, are we allowed to talk about The Mandalorian without spoiling it for people? I'm assuming.
I didn't see the latest episode. I heard that it's maybe the best thing that's ever happened in the Star Wars universe since Return of the Jedi.
I mean, I think the problem is now, and I've seen many of the reviews and I've seen many of the articles and blogs that have been written, it's being put on that pedestal now, which means when you watch it, you'll be kind of like, it was okay. I think... I was fortunate I wasn't working on Friday, and I suddenly realised at 11 o'clock in the morning, oh yeah, a new episode of The Mandalorian's dropped. So I managed to watch it before all the hype and before all the fuss. And don't get me wrong, I was blown away by it. But that is also because if you have a knowledge and affection for some of the other parts of the Star Wars universe, namely the animated series, I think it's going to have more of an impact than if you're just a fan of the movies. It's already been hinted. Go on.
No, go on.
I was going to say...
No, I was just saying that
I'm waiting for you.
You finish, please.
It's already been hinted in the previous episode that we would get to see Ahsoka Tano, right? Who's a character who, if you've watched the Clone Wars and you've watched Rebels, you know about. So we knew that was coming, but I still think that her first appearance and her first live action appearance is something special. But there is there are two other reveals. One relative, I guess, to The Mandalorian, but one implying that there could be a spin-off series, which I think could be even better than The Mandalorian. I think that's what's got people excited.
The Woman DeLorean.
Not a DeLorean. But yes,
so not
the woman.
about a car.
So should I watch The Mandalorian? I haven't seen any of it.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
I'll watch it.
I mean, I'm assuming... I say yes with the caveat that if you're a Star Wars fan. Because if you are...
I've watched all the films. I enjoyed all the films. I've been, a Star Wars fan. But I just haven't got around to watching it. There's just so much stuff out there, isn't there? And I'm watching The Crown at the moment, but...
Spraggy.
I don't even like that. It's rubbish.
Well, I mean, maybe we save this for the podcast tomorrow because I think the break's just about over. But what the hell happened with you and Patriot?
I couldn't be dealing with Patriot. I couldn't be dealing with Patriot. Joe said that Patriot was like the greatest show ever.
Out. Take a break. Don't want to hear it. Go away. Not interested. Back to the final table. Jesus.
Bye,
What? Now I'm just annoyed.
I blame Marley. I don't know if I'm going to recover from that.
Back to the final table of the Sunday Million, where Marco Villa has Jack 6 on the button. I can't believe you made it through the entire weekend without seeing The Mandalorian.
It's that. So my girlfriend and I, we have a roommate now. And because it was a holiday weekend, he was around the whole weekend, and he's not a Mandalorian guy. So we watched lots of stuff, but not Mandalorian. We finished The Undoing last night. I don't know if you guys got that yet, but that was pretty solid.
The one streaming service that we don't have in the UK, I'm assuming that this raise with Ace King is not going to meet any resistance, although you know what they say about assume.
Nope.
So, with King 10 of strawberries.
Kind of tempting on the button, right? You're in position. You're last to act. You have a royal flush draw. Yeah.
This is not going to be raise or take it, but it is domination nation. And we go heads up to the flop, which is ace high. And with only the one heart, maybe two are folds to the inevitable continuation bet from Mr. Striker.
Probably one of the best worst flops.
So the streaming service that we don't have here is HBO Max. And as you probably remember, Joe, from your years living in the UK, HBO has that agreement with Sky TV in the UK, and we have Sky Atlantic, and some of the other HBO content goes on Sky Comedy, shows like Last Week Tonight, and Sky Documentaries. But a lot of the HBO Max exclusives are nowhere to be seen in the UK. I'm talking about the West Wing reunion. I'm talking that What's that show, How to Do It, with Joe, whoever he's called?
How to with John Wilson is great. We watched a lot of that this weekend,
Again,
too.
not on in the UK. And I've not heard any plans for when Justice League, the Snyder Cut, makes it to HBO Max about that being in the UK. So I don't know if Sky has the rights to that stuff or whether they're just sitting on it. But it's really frustrating to see that there are clearly some good shows and there's some good stuff on HBO Max, and there's absolutely no way without a VPN of accessing it from the UK.
You know what else is cool is that, unfortunately, and this only compounds what you're talking about, HBO Max has a huge BBC section as well.
Right.
So we get a ton of British stuff.
But
we
I
can
don't
watch.
expect to have HBO Max in the UK. What I would like is that Sky basically take some of that
Some
content.
of the shows, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hero opening with Ace King, now tour pocket eights.
John Delano brings up a good point. They're going to put out the new Wonder Woman on Christmas Day on HBO Max.
I know. So frustrating.
How would you feel, in theory?
Hold on a second. Let's get this coin flip out of the way first. And Tua needs the Snowmen's Num Num to hold
Num Num.
here. Yeah, both eights folded, by the way.
Yeah, and lots of kings still left.
Ace
and aces.
on the turn, king on the river, and that will see the elimination of Tua 1-3-3. That is Lander Lijo, currently based in the UK, a high roller reg on stars, gone in 8th place, cashing out for $10,737, leaving us with the final 7, and leaving Hero with nearly 30 million chips.
Your tour is over. Oh, no action for kings. How do you feel morally and or ethically of, let's say, Wonder Woman's $50, right? To watch on Christmas Day. You give me $50. I pay for Wonder Woman for you, and you VPN it. How would you feel about that?
It just sounds like a lot of hurdles to jump through. I'd much prefer it if they could just. It's weird because Disney have the same deal, right? Disney also have a huge contract with Sky, and a lot of the Disney movies are on Sky, a lot of the TV shows, and yet we also have Disney Plus in the UK. So I'd love it if we could have some arrangement whereby you could get HBO without having to be contracted to Sky as well.
Do you think Sky has their own sort of streaming thing in the works, and they'll pick and choose from some of the American ones what they get?
I mean, Sky already are trying to integrate the streaming platforms to their set-top boxes. They're already trying to move to more of a streaming model and actually offer subscriptions that don't require a dish but can just be received via the internet. I mean, we'll be laughing in 5 or 6 years' time about the days when people used to have metal sticks and dishes on their roof to receive TV programs.
Sorry to ban somebody for saying Wonder Woman was the worst they've ever seen. Nobody should just watch it. That's just flat out wrong.
Agreed. I mean, I thought Wonder Woman was a very fun film, and when you compare it to everything else that DC's produced in the last 10 years, it's almost a masterpiece.
You know what Wonder Woman wears on her wrist, James? Yeah, bands. Up and down draw versus a flush draw versus a gut shot to the nut straight.
Sorry, what type of straight draw?
A belly buster.
A belly buster.
Just one Hicks left. The lone Hicks with the Sandlot avatar. 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that anything? Come on. Oh, but 6, 8 would have been. Oh, Dan. Dan is the king of folding.
Okay, Hero. Artisanal sourdough it is. Facing the 9s and facing a raise from Lyson Laut to 875,000.
Marco Villa. Offsuit Broadway facing an early raise. I like the fold. It's not one I would ever make. but it's probably correct.
Hold on here, because Recop's just asked an important question. How many left? Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Recop. 7 players
Thank you
remaining.
for your question. Something I'll talk about on the podcast this week is that we decided to put up our Christmas tree the day before Thanksgiving, and to get in the spirit, we've been watching, they like crank out like 3 or 4 like big budget Christmas movies every year. There's like a ton of really low budget ones, but there's a couple of big budget ones. I've been watching those.
Why?
And enjoying them for the most part. Because it's just good light fare. If you're gonna,
I guess so.
I imagine. Look, my roommate, as I mentioned, he's not. He calls watching movies dark room, no talk time, and he can't sit there and like actually pay attention to a movie. He has to like try to ruin it.
Can I ask a practical question at this point? Do you need the rent money that badly, or can you not just forcibly eject him from the premises?
Well, James, you know me. You know me and money. And so I like to put on these dumb Christmas movies because at least if him and my girlfriend talk over the whole thing, I don't get that mad about it.
Yeah. Subtitles. It's the only way to get through it. Oh!
We see the fold of ace-queen suited here?
We did see the fold of ace-queen suited, and we also see Ted Striker get out-flopped here. A set of 6s for Hero. I mean, this hand's got everything.
Striker.
Huge lay-down pre. The underpair flopping a set against the overpair.
Mr. Striker could be Mr. Strikeout.
Oh, Ted.
You don't expect your opponent's going to be having too many random jacks in this spot. And just slightly over pot left for Mr. Striker, and a pretty safe river card, though. Again, man, it's just, there's not a lot of hands you're losing to here, but also, like, what are you going to get 3 streets with 2 10s? What has your opponent called you with twice? You lose the 5, 6s.
Yeah.
Sourdough. Such a small bet. This is such a great bet. Yeah, wow. Just perfectly targets the 10s. And how good does Lysenlout feel? Folding ace-queen suited.
I mean, it looks inspired now, right? We can look at it and say, well, it's a bit nitty, but if you're going to play results, which ultimately are what matter. By the way, Hero now with 32 million. Lone Hicks, the second biggest stack at the final table, opens with King 9. The re-raise from Ted Striker with Ace Queen.
Fold there from Lone Hicks. Somebody in chat suggesting Christmas Chronicles with Kurt Russell. I watched the original a couple years ago, and despite the fact that I agree it was the part Kurt Russell was born to play, I hated it. I probably will watch the sequel. However, I was thinking maybe I could do like 25 Christmas movies in 30 days or something.
Mr. Striker flats the button with Queen 3 suited.
I don't know about that.
And with the big blind as well, we are going to go 3-way to the flop. Pair of 6s for Marco Villa. Mr. Striker with the club draw. Not much to shout about for Creepy Clown over there.
I don't know, some backdoors that maybe might keep Jorge around. Is that 9 change it? Yeah, you got a gut shot now. A belly buster,
Belly buster.
if you will.
But folds it, and Marco betting 1.4 million with a pair of 6s. And the call from Mr. Striker, who is rewarded with the flush on the river.
Mr. Striker. Remember pre-flop where I was like, I don't know about this.
Again, as we said before, it really comes down to what the result is at the end of the hand. That's really what you should be basing your evaluation on as to whether it was a good or a bad call.
I mean, King 6 is a little, well, too, but I guess King 6 off is fine. Still not on board with that.
And blinds are up to 200,000, 400,000. Clarence, watching on YouTube, has a question. Guys, best Christmas movie of all time? I mean, the obvious answer is...
You got to take Die Hard out of the equation.
I was going to say, many people will automatically say Die Hard. I'm a traditionalist. I'm going to say It's a Wonderful Life.
I like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I think is my favorite. Oh, Home Alone is good too. I'm going to go with Christmas Vacation, though. You notice the weird thing, we talked about this on the podcast, is that It's a Wonderful Life is like a 2-hour and 10-minute movie, and like 25 minutes of it take place at Christmas. It's strange that it's considered a Christmas movie.
I know Die Hard actually qualifies probably more as a Christmas movie.
Right.
And that's why we shouldn't take Die Hard out of the equation. That's why Die Hard wins. Ace Queen opens. Kings 3-bet. Creepy Clown has the Snowman's Num Num all in.
Uh-oh.
Well, that, I think, will be a fold for Ace Jack. It'll be a snap from the Kings.
Oh, come on, Hero. Let's go. You can bust 2 players. Remember that don't be an idiot thing? Do be... Ah, darn.
Here we go.
Is Jorge going to get the heave-ho?
Marco.
Oh, slow roll.
Thank you. And an 8 required for Jorge to survive. Does not hit, and we have another elimination. Told you. Creepy Clown avatars. Bring bad juju. And that will see the Finnish player cash out in 7th place for just shy of $15,000. And we are already down to the last 6 players. We've got the monster stack of Hero. The other big stack is the other Canadian player, Lone Hicks, who's got 24 million.
Wob asks, how do they get to the final table? They outlasted the rest of the players. Thank you for your question.
Which is no small achievement, by the way. 10,350 entries in this week's Sunday Million, and these are the final 6 players. And when you consider the fact they've outlasted that many, it makes the jumps between 6th place and 1st even more ridiculously sick.
You can understand folding ace-queen suited with other people playing pretty fast and loose.
Yeah. No straight. But still the best hand
Feels
right
like
now.
a straight.
With a pair of 7s. Oh, Mr. Striker is pretty good at rivering flushes.
That's true. Doesn't even have to river the flush. Can just bet, I think. This just feels like a terrible board for 7s, even though
Not this time.
there's only 1 overcard. Oh, Hero with your King 7 suited.
So this goes
Free showdown with 7s. Ship it.
check, check, and ship the pot to Marco Villa. So we've got Patrick, or Stat Trick, as we like to call him, when he comes up with some facts and figures to do some research on these finalists. Let's start with the chip leader, Hero, a Canadian player whose biggest cash to date was $12,500. That was in a $109 daily cooldown event in August of this year. Seems to be a relatively new player to Stars, Joe. All reported cashes coming from the last 12 months.
Cool. The new kid on the block.
Then we've got Kenny Hicks, a.k.a. Lone Hicks, who is a former Sunday Million winner. Took it down in 2016. There was a four-way deal. Kenny was the winner for 133K.
Where's Kenny Hicks from? Sounds Canadian.
Yes, Canadian. And you may remember Kenny Hicks, Joe, from the EPT Monte Carlo event where Jack Salter and Antonio Buonanno battled heads up for the better part of 10 hours. Kenny was 7th in the event that year, one of the first players out of the final table.
Very memorable name.
Mr. Striker 77, few good scores during Stadium Series, cashed twice for more than $5,000. I love this. Marco Villa 19, involved in this hand against Kenny Hicks. Marco Villa's best ever cash was for $193 back in 2013. That was in a $3.50 event, and Marco Villa 19 satellited into this week's Sunday Million for $5.50.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Really cool. Got a question for chat. Are you guys out there the kind of people who get jealous when you see someone satellite in for 550? You're rooting against them? Or are you happy for them because you can picture yourself doing that? You're like, I could do that. Does that make you more likely to root for them or root against them? Looks like most people are not horrific human beings in this particular case.
Which is always good to see. We are very happy.
Yes.
And another player I want to highlight, actually, courtesy of StatTricks Info, is that Leisenlaut. Oh, hold on a second. We've got Dan is the king all in here with ace-8, but Marco ain't playing Jack-4.
Good try, Marco.
Leisenlaut, biggest cash, $1,500 from the big 109 back in 2018.
Awesome.
So Leisenlaut also guaranteed their biggest ever result in this Sunday Million by virtue of making it to 6th place. Everyone's now locked up nearly 21K.
I mean, this is pretty great for everybody.
Okay.
Such a fun time of year to win a bunch of money too, right? Maybe everybody's presents get upgraded a little bit. You just had a big score. Maybe you can't visit family this year. Ship them something nice.
Upgrade the gifts. Marco now 2nd in chips, by the way.
Whoa.
Hero still the big chip leader.
Just folds ace-7 unopened and would have ran into ace-8.
Dan is the king, Joe. Dan is the king.
Pocket 4s now for the king. Do we think that's a picture of Dan?
I sincerely hope so.
Sometimes I ask that question. They're like, actually, no, that's from Harry Potter. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, it's great. Don't worry, Joe. I'm here to spot the Harry Potter characters. You're here to spot the obscure references to North American TV shows that haven't been shown on this side of the Atlantic.
I mean, the Sandlot for Lone Hicks there is understandable because it's a baseball movie, and I know baseball ain't so big in the Unitedest of Kingdoms. So Lone Hicks misses everything.
Meanwhile, Mr. Striker can comfortably value bet trip 10s on the river, 1.2 mil.
James, who was that Canadian guy that played the PCA that time and like his whole family was there watching him? They were from like the woods in Canada. Do you remember what I'm talking about? And he was like so excited, and his family was so excited. Was that also Kenny Hicks or a different guy?
I'm trying to think who we're talking about here.
One of the guys was wearing like coveralls, even, I think, maybe his brother or something. Anyway,
I'm trying to think who this. What year was this?
pretty recently. I mean, we haven't been to PCA in a while.
And this was PCA, not the PSPC. This wasn't.
It might have been the main event PCA during the PSPC, or maybe it was the PSPC.
Because there was that guy, Travis Nesbitt.
Yes, not him. Anyway, unimportant. Probably not the same guy, but I do remember Kenny Hicks now that I see his face. I miss Canada. I miss going to Canada. I mean, I miss going anywhere, but... All right, three-way action. Top pair for Kenny.
There's cheeky 7 deuce on the button for Marco.
Pac-Man asks, anyone know when Winter Series gets announced? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Oh, please win a hand with 7 deuce. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this particular board, with Lone Hicks flopping top pair, it's going to take multiple barrels, and even then it probably will not work.
Not in this case, but hey, it's time to channel your inner Georgi.
Yeah, the difference there is his opponent did not have a made hand.
6, 7, 8, 9.
I love that. Clearly had the check fold option ticked there as Lone Hicks bet the river.
And so you can't change your mind. Like, you just put the check fold on, because if they bet real small, you're like, I can probably just take this. I can probably just blast this off.
Shove the river, and he's guaranteed to fold.
He's like, check folds, and you're just like, don't touch it.
Raise and take it with Kojak. Well, there is this inevitability that if it's going to play super fast, if we're going to get down to the final table in 3 hours, that it's going to slow down at some point. And we seem to be at that stage now where we actually have some legitimate big stacks and the potential for them to actually play multi-street poker.
Look at Dan. Dan was holding out, folds the ace-queen, folds the fours, folds the ace-7. The AA. Come on. A little action. Just a little action.
Defend with 10-6. Does. And flops a 6.
Massive cooler alert. Top pair. Versus an overpair. Oh, it's a nightmare scenario.
Oh, no, no, no.
Oh, boy. Holy Lord.
Hero decided to check shove the flop and gives Dan what looks like a courtesy double up.
Well, this is, I hate to say it, but remember the words of advice. I won't actually say it right now because it seems a little insensitive, but the theme of today.
Well, we've decided,
Joe, don't make mistakes.
It's going to be the hashtag. It's going to be the tagline that goes with the Sunday Million from here on out. And the key thing is that that we now have a pretty even distribution. If you look at Lone Hicks, Hero, and Marco Villa, all around the 20 to 22 million range. And Dan is the king, comfortably playing 16 million now.
Oh, Dan. Dan's feeling good. Dan's playing the rush. And just leads at this. Oh, Dan. Do it. Oh, boy.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, Dan.
Dan, go back to the nitty Dan who would fold hands pre-flop.
Oh, Dan. Dan is the king of the coolers, it seems. Either way you slice it, this hand's a cooler.
Blind v blind as well. Just
Limps.
limps. Just completes with the ace-queen. Kenny Hicks raises the kings, 1.75.
I don't think Dan's the type to raise again. Nope, just kidding.
Cut two. And now needs an ace, does not hit. And after the double up, after playing the rush, after what looked like the comeback, we lose. Dan is the king. KO'd by Lone Hicks, and Kenny is now the chip leader. The king is indeed dead. Long live the king and his $20,769. But what about Lone Hicks' stack, Joe? More than 40 million now.
I think it might have been a mistake to shove with ace-queen suited there. They're a little too deep for that, right?
Now, don't worry, because the chat pros are on hand. They didn't get the memo that it's not Chat Pro Saturday, but we're being informed that that was clearly a complete punt, a complete gamble. I think blind v blind, that's kind of unavoidable.
I really wasn't paying attention to how big the stack sizes were.
Well, let's put it this way. Blinds right now are 250k, 500k. Average stack is 20 million. Dan got it in for, what was it, 17 million?
So 35 bigs.
Yeah, that 30, getting in with 35 bigs with ace-queen suited, blind v blind, is not overplaying the hand.
Okay, fine.
Joe will allow it, ladies and gentlemen. The Stapleton has spoken.
I definitely would do it, which makes me think it's probably the wrong play. I'm like, I got blue. Ace, queen, blue. In this case, it did.
So I had a queen and an ace, and they were both blue.
I had the jack king. More blind on blind. Kenny Hicks not to be trifled with today in the big blind. Well, see, you can fold. Of course,
It's
the
official.
button was involved too.
It's official. You can fold queen 4, which would have flopped top pair here, but it is the wheel draw for Marco Villa, who actually has the best hand right now with ace high. And Hero's drawing thin, right? Only an 8.
I have a question for Raksha, actually. Raksha, is there now a feature where you can spend 12,500 channel points and time yourself out? Is that really a thing? People are weird. It's so weird. She says there is.
And it took the implementation of that feature for you to reach the conclusion that people are weird.
I think they invented that because of me. People are banning me, are begging me all the time to get banned.
It's a kind of really innocent form of sadomasochism, right?
It's weird, yeah. Wow. Okay. Flush draw. Pair of eights. All in.
Nice and loud. Decides to shove the draw.
So much.
Lone Hex not going to call with second pair.
I like it.
So we play on, still five-handed.
Steph on YouTube asks, which player who is no longer with us would you want to see back at the tables? I don't know. I like Dan as the king.
I liked having General Gogol at the table because it reminded me of all of the really bad Roger Moore movies.
My girlfriend has expressed interest in watching the James Bond series, which has added benefits of there being extra stuff to talk about on the podcast every week when I rewatch them.
Do you reckon we could have a regular weekly feature where we do a recap of... the great thing is I wouldn't need to rewatch them because I have like a perfect memory of all of them.
Her commentary on some of the Marvel movies, I started writing it down. I can only imagine what gems are going to come out of her mouth.
I mean, I think it's really... I think it's really hard to watch the 60s films now unless you can really put yourself in the mindset of what it was like to see these films in that era.
Yeah. Luckily, she's not too bothered about all the misogyny and racism. She doesn't really care.
And the kind of like lack of attention to continuity.
Strange sound effects.
Yeah. Okay. Ted Stryker is taking a stand here with top pair.
Good job, Marco. I actually have an absolutely hysterical story about my girlfriend that had me in tears. So they just released the Family Feud for the PS5, like a new version of Family Feud or Family Fortunes, as they call it in the UK.
Right. What? There's a video game version of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We asked 100 people, yada, yada, yada.
Please tell me this game is free.
No, it's like $20 or something.
Jesus Christ.
So we're playing Family Feud, Family Fortunes.
I'm so glad, by the way, this is the reason why you bought a PS5, right? It's not that you wanted to play some epic open world experience. It's not because you wanted to enjoy 4K gaming at 120 frames per second. It's because you wanted to play a game show.
Correct. One of the many things. It's just a fun game, especially like it's not that hard. It's not a big investment, right? It takes like a half hour to play the full game. It's kind of fun. There's a lot of dumb stuff, including this. So the question is,
right,
name a place. In fact, I'm going to let everyone in chat try to guess what my girlfriend answered. All in the jacks.
Tough for Hero to call here with fives. It's not
be a hero call.
An insignificant... And there's the fold. Okay, so here's the question. We surveyed 100 people.
The question is, we surveyed 100 people. Name a place where children are told to keep still.
Right.
Name a place where children are warned to keep still.
Okay, I've got a number of answers here.
Okay, let's see what people yelling out: church, school, church.
Those are my top two answers. I immediately wrote down classroom and church. Those have got to be like in the top three, both of those.
Okay.
Oh,
so
the car.
Church was the number one answer. But before I could buzz in, my girlfriend buzzes in very quickly and with complete confidence takes the control from me and with just the most self-assured confidence of all time writes in the word Japan. That's how hard I laughed for like 5 whole minutes. That is, I mean, the hardest I've laughed in such a long time. Just the most confident she's ever been about anything. Japan.
I have to ask the obvious follow-up question. Based on what?
Just based on the fact that children are well behaved there.
And funny enough, that was the third most popular answer.
That's right. Number 2 answer. It was not on the board, Tom. It was not on the board. But unfortunately, I was up next and I write school, which was the number 2 answer.
Right.
Which then sent it back to her and she got to put in church and she won.
Oh.
And that's why you play Family Feud, because you have moments like that.
Okay. I take everything I said back. That moment alone, worth $20, plus the $450, $500 you actually paid for the console.
Yeah, absolutely.
A6 opening here.
Oh, nice little flat on the button for Mr. Striker.
Ted. Hello,
boy.
set of queens.
Now you're like, just put an ace out there. Just put an ace out there. It's all we need. Cherry on top. You know what this reminds me of? I just did that interview with Robbie Straczynski for Cards Chat.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, can you tell me about a time where like you and James just like absolutely lost it on the air? And I couldn't think of one. I'm like, I know it's happened.
Yeah.
Can you think of one?
The ones that stand out in my mind are the times when I was working with Wellfall, and there was one time during a Monte Carlo stream, and I to this day don't know exactly what triggered it, but at some point someone did a Partridge quote, and it wasn't even that funny, but the two of us could not actually speak for the better part of 10 minutes. There was just literally like we just muted the microphones, and every time we kind of like switched them back on to go talk, you just corpse again, and so it was commentary-free poker for 10 minutes.
I remember that story about you, but I couldn't think of a time when it's happened with us, and I know it's happened.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think it mostly happened back when it was cards down.
Yeah.
Now that we do cards up only, it just doesn't happen as much, unless it's something someone shouldn't have said, and then we have to pretend like it never happened.
Well, this is a pretty good spot for Leisenlaut. It was domination pre. Wow, just decides to get it in on the flop. Could potentially lose value here.
I mean, we saw, I think it was Mr. Striker who did this, right, with the flush draw before. I mean, this is a player after my own heart. This is scared money. This is, I don't want to make a mistake. You can't be wrong, right? It can't be like a mistake to get. They got the call.
Okay. And gets the double up. Trips on the turn, flush on the river. Leisenlaut now playing 20 million. Look how things have evened out. Look how close the stacks are now.
Wow. Markovia, pocket sixes. I think Kenny Hicks is probably right to make that call because he's going to be up against, you know, a worse flush, not a worse flush draw, but
a flush draw.
You know,
yeah.
A flush draw.
Which doesn't have top pair with a better kicker.
Right.
So Mr. Striker in the small blind, and Hero, one-time chip leader, one-time monster chip leader with the Snowmans, raises to 2.1.
We've also seen that, you know, the hand distribution kind of slow down a little bit too, in addition to the stacks evening out. And there's no clear table captain here as far as style's concerned either.
So Geordie is predicting that there is not going to be a deal as long as Kenny Hicks is in. I mean, you say that. I think, you know, we had that bit of information that came from StatTrick that the last time Kenny won the Sunday Million back in 2016, there was a four-way deal. So I'm sure that Kenny is a sensible enough poker mind to know that if it makes sense to do some kind of chip chop or ICM deal, it's at least worth considering.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Now, Kenny may think he's a favorite against the field, and probably is based on what we know as far as results are concerned for the rest of these folks. But there's a lot of other factors besides that. You know, obviously stack distribution being one of them. If the blinds get much higher than this.
Well, that's the key thing I was going to say, Joe. It's not so much about stack distribution, it's about stack depth. And the reality is that you can be a phenomenally strong player, and the reality is, as shallow as this is playing right now, it doesn't really matter because variance is going to be a huge factor as this five-handed final table continues.
Look at this nice comment here from Maui. So it's very nice plays going on here at the FT. I agree, Maui. Thank you for your comment. For real this time. That's the way I usually mean it. Top pair for Kenny here. And the tightness of these folks playing, I don't really see anybody continuing. Kenny inching further away from the rest.
Mr. Striker opening with ace queen. Leisenlaut with tens in the big blind. Don't worry, guys. We just put Spraggy on a break. He'll be back soon.
Pretty yuck flop for tens. Maybe a stick around one street with the belly buster.
Storm 96 says, Joe, I woke up my girlfriend by laughing at that Japan answer, and now I have to explain why.
Oh, wow. Lewis really went for it there, betting that turn, and I guess might get a free showdown. Did get a free showdown, but does not get any chips back.
Oh, ace queen versus ace king here. Marco Vella with the dominating hand. And just to answer Ace's Wild's question, we don't see the deal button on the replay table. So if it is a case that players have hit that option, we don't see it.
This comment from Saloni we'll get to in a second after this hand. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Bring out the stretcher.
There we go, all in with ace queen, called by ace king. King on the turn. And that is going to be the full double up for Marco Villa. And once again, we have a commanding chip leader at the final table. Marco playing nearly 42 million. And we have a short stack as well. Ted Striker down to 4.7 million.
We've been with Striker all day. Can they run it back up? All right, this is the quote from Zaloni I wanted to read. This is great. Ranges, ICM, domination. Those are just buzzwords made so people with no poker instincts feel like they can learn the game. Want to know how I calculate ICM? I look into my opponent's eye, and I already know if I won or lost. You should give out your star's screen name to everyone in chat, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to want to play with you. If that's a true statement.
Who needs an ICM calculator when you can just look into the eyes of your opponent?
You just type in the chat box, can you send me a picture of your eyes, please? Thanks. Hey, Marco, 42 mil.
Yeah. And blinds currently 300,000, 600,000, going up to 357 in 7 minutes' time, although we are going to hit the break in 5 minutes. Hero with ace-jack on the button.
I think Kenny's going to feel inclined to defend.
Yeah, just a reminder that current chip leader Marco Villa, whose biggest ever cash before this event was for $193, satellited into the Sunday Million for $5.50.
I never know if I'm supposed to be happy with this flop when I have ace-jack suited on the button. It feels like a bad flop, but there you go.
Yeah. This is a fair question, actually, from Cars Course. How come the Sunday Million is being played on a Monday? Oh, hold on a second. We've got Ted Striker all in with ace-9 of spades.
Suited.
Marco Villa with ace-9 of hearts. Are we going to get some brutal sickness here? Free rolling. Nope, it's going to be a chop pot. And Joe, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
And to answer your question, Cascourse, it used to be that the Sunday Million was a one-day event. But with a field so huge, unless you make it a hyper turbo with 5-minute blinds, you can't get it done in one day. And no one really wants to be playing until like 6 or 7 in the morning in Europe. So they decided to make it a 2-day event. They play well into the money. I think they play for the better part of 9 hours actually on day one. So it still goes very late. But at least you finish at an hour where you can still get a good night's sleep and then come back the following evening down to the final 9 or 10 tables, final 7,500 players and play down to a winner. And that means we can pick up the action on the start of day 2 with a manageable field and follow it down to the winning moment.
Kenny with the 4s. Ace-10 suited for Hero.
And just another quick reminder to those of you who want the names of players eliminated, who want to know how many players are remaining, who want the animations for Pocket Rockets and the Snowmens. A reminder, this is a scaled-down production, guys. It's just me, Joe, and Patrick with a little bit of Spraggy on the side bringing you this. Full production team not involved tonight. Graphics team not involved. Just doing something a little bit more laid back, a little bit more subdued as we hang out here on a Monday and follow the Sunday Million.
A sprinkle of Spraggy. Shout out to Patrick, doing awesome work as usual. Thanks, buddy. As well as the mods. Appreciate you guys, and a thank you to Steph with a nice comment for me and James on YouTube also.
Yeah, I want to address that during the break because whilst I like it, I'm going to dispute it.
We can't... I'm going to accept it, but we'll talk later.
Eisenlaut in with ace queen, and Striker in with jack 6 does not connect. Instead, it's second pair for Marco and the belly buster for Eisenlaut. All in with jack 5, 7, 6, 2 pair, full house, and that is going to be the elimination of Mr. Striker, and that is going to take us to the next break. That is going to take us to a pause in the action. We are down to 4 players, and we will see Mr. Striker, 77, eliminated in 5th place. Ted cashing out for $28,886. And 4 players remain. It's Marco Villa, the $5.50 qualifier, who is the chip leader right now with 46.6 million. Kenny Hicks, a former Sunday Million champ. Lone Hicks, second in chips with 26.7 million. Let's get Spraggy back into the mix, and we'll get you back to the final table as the players come back from break. So Spraggy, we had a comment on YouTube during the last session, which Joe just alluded to. Thank you very much, Steph Van Gort. We do appreciate the kind words. Joe and James are doing a very good job. A part of the poker boom is thanks to you, not only because of Moneymaker. The reason why I'm going to dispute that is the poker boom was in the mid to late 2000s, right? Joe and I didn't really become a thing. We didn't even start working together until 2011, at which point the poker market has been in decline. So sadly, we can't take any credit for the successes. We can only watch as the graph has moved in the opposite direction. But thank you for the compliment saying we're doing a good job. Joe's got a footnote. Got a footnote.
Counterpoint. We've kind of been like poker Viagra. Like poker maybe losing it a little over the years, but hey, maybe we can breathe a little more life into that graph, we'll call it.
Please put your finger away. Please.
So I will only answer your comment with 2 words. You're welcome.
Some wonderful comments, questions, queries, and shock and surprise at the attire of Mr. Spragg this evening. Are you back home yet, Benjamin, or are you still on the road?
I'm home. I'm back home in Gloucestershire. Back home from Dublin, planning on not moving anywhere for a little while. I'm chilling. I'm streaming a lot, playing a lot of poker, playing a lot of cards. Just yeah, same old, same old.
So in summary, you have access to your full wardrobe, and yet this is what we get this evening.
This is what you get, but what I don't have access to is, of course, a barber's. I can't get my hair cut. I can get my hair cut. Now, people keep suggesting to me, listen, people keep saying to me, Spraggy, just shave it off. Then you never have to worry about it again. Listen, I was not blessed with particularly good looks, okay? The last thing I need is to also have no hair. Like, this is... At the moment, it's a mess, but normally I can kind of get it into a reasonable position. If I was shaved bald, like that's me done. So no, I will not shave my hair. Yes, my only option is to grow it. As I say, it gets in my eyes. This is just to get it out of my eyes for practical reasons only. And believe it or not, as much as I love our poker watching audience here on PokerStars TV and my own channel on Twitch, whoever, Twitter, wherever it is, I don't care what you think that I look like. I've got milk going off in the fridge I care more about than what you guys think about my hair. So it worries me that our audience at home care more about my haircut than I care about my haircut. And I don't want to, I don't want to upset or offend anyone, but get a grip.
Spraggy, you know what it is that I was going to say no offense, but actually yes offense. You're not, the people out there aren't that clever. They log in and they go, what do I say? Hair, beard.
It's an easy target. It's an easy target. I get it.
I want to talk about Stapes' beard.
Well, let's...
Are we back in action?
We'll be in a moment. I said I was going to take us back to the table because I just want to talk about the players who are remaining in this right now and highlight again the amazing story of Marco Villa 19. I don't know whether you heard that stat, Spraggy, but this guy Biggest cash came 7 years ago in a $3.50 event. Cash for $193 and is now guaranteed at least 40 grand. Has the chip lead right now, satellited in for $5.50. So great ROI, whichever way you cut it. However, has some tough opposition, and this is what we know about Lone Hicks. Kenny Hicks, a former Sunday Million winner, took 133K after a 4-way deal in a Sunday Million back in 2016, has $820,000 in live earnings, and came 7th in the EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo in 2014. Another player who is guaranteed a great result tonight is Leisenlaut. Biggest cash ever was $1,500 in the Big 109 back in 2018. Hero is a player we don't know a huge amount about. From Canada, biggest cash 12.5K, fairly new to stars, all recorded cashes from the last 12 months.
Nice. Well, Marco Villa's story is certainly the most intriguing to me. Biggest cash previously in a $3.30 tournament a long time ago. This is some run already. I mean, it's one of those in tournaments. If you don't win, you're always a little bit disappointed. But for Marco Villa to have already cashed for $40,000, got to be happy with the result once all's said and done.
So we get the shove here from Leisenlaut after the open from Hero in the flat from Kenny Hicks. And that will see Leisenlaut chip up, but still the shortest stack at this four-handed final table. We are still at the 300,000, 600,000 blind level for another couple of minutes.
So Leisenlaut with around 20 big blinds, Hero with around 30. Still a little bit of wiggle room. It's not particularly, desperately short, but of course, when it's four-handed, you're paying blinds more frequently, so those stacks probably a little bit closer to the danger zone, quote-unquote, than you might expect. It's going to be pretty quick, and Leisenlaut already all in here with the ace-deuce offsuit. And this is definitely a hand that I think okay to just rip even for this amount of big blinds, just because it plays so poorly. You just want to get hands like Queen 9 out. Like, you don't want to go heads up versus Queen 9 suited. So denial of equity here, very important. This is a big problem for Marco Villa. Definitely going to need an active internet connection to play this four-handed.
It's underrated, actually.
Oh, man.
The internet connection.
It's a really important part. It's something that a lot of players, don't pay too much attention to, Joe, but being connected to the server is it's a big deal.
But sometimes it's beyond your control, right? I mean, we're all at the mercy of our internet service providers.
Yeah, and power cuts and whatever.
I
but
mean,
this is a very bad time to have a disconnect.
I've spoken on stream before about the chills that go down my spine when I see a BT OpenReach van in my road and I see a guy and the junction box is open and it's like spaghetti junction in there, and I'm like, I know what's going to happen. He's going to cross two wires, or he's going to cut the wrong wire, he's going to pull the wrong thing out, and I'm doomed. That's it. No internet for the rest of the day.
I mean, the good news here is you've got Queen 9 suited.
But it's also not a huge shove, right?
Yeah, but if this folds, you're just like, yeah, it was meant to be.
Yeah, it's a big sweat for Leisenlaut, because whenever this happens to me, I always fear that they'll reconnect and then think maybe that I jammed light because I saw that they were disconnected. And then they'll call with something and, whatever. So this is a big sweat for Leisenlaut. I don't actually know. You'll notice that the time bank underneath the player is ticking down. I think they have about 3 months to reconnect by the look of... that's creeping along.
So it says there in the box, player is disconnected, 180 seconds added. So 3 minutes of disconnection time allowed for Marco Villa to try and resolve this. It's that classic thing, okay, I've got to switch on my, what do you call it? Tethering thing on your phone. Hotspot. Turn my phone into a hotspot. Try and link it to your computer via Bluetooth. Never works.
There should be an emergency number you can call and play over the phone.
You can play on a phone app. That's what I would do. If you've got a tip for those at home, looks like Marco Villa is back, luckily. But now with the PokerStars phone app, for those of you who are able to use that, what it didn't used to do is transfer the session. What it does now is transfer the session. So if you log in on your phone, if you have mobile data, which vast majority of people do, it'll say you have an active session. Do you want transfer? You hit transfer, and you're straight into where you were.
That's good.
back in the day, before the app had that functionality, you used to have to log out of PokerStars on your PC before it would let you log in, but you can just snap transfer now. So
Nice.
that's a solution to anybody who might get DC'd. So download the app in advance, and then you're ready to go. You know what I mean? Better to be set up before you need it. It's better to have a plunger in the house and not need it than not have a plunger in the house then need it.
Strange metaphor, but I'll allow it.
Spraggy's poker plumbing, where a flush always beats a full house.
You got it.
Gives a whole new meaning to float on the flop.
We can keep this going. When you've dropped too many 7 deuces.
We've gotten all in here as Lone Hicks shoves on Leisenlau, who calls with the ace-8. Not just holds, but actually hits an ace on the river, Barry Greenstein, to get the double up. And now that will leave Hero as the shortest stack at the final table.
Anybody want a deal? You guys want a deal? It's pretty shallow. Want a deal? Anybody want a deal? How about a deal?
Joe, in an ideal world, how many players would you try to deal at in a tournament like this? Are we talking 3 or 4 tables out? Chop it up?
3 or 4 figures.
Okay,
Once we get down to like the final 900 or so,
you start negotiations.
I would be totally fine with
clicked,
it.
make a deal clicked, 1 player.
Benjamin, you're talking to the guy who tried to create the bubble list tournament so that everyone could say they got a cash.
Oh boy.
I prefer the flattest payout structures imaginable, so you don't have to deal. Everyone's only going to make another $10.
Why play in the first place? Just everybody put the money in and then
because it's a form,
back out.
it's a social activity and a form of entertainment.
Sure.
I mean, not being funny, if I played poker with the primary objective of 100xing my buy-in, I'd be bitterly disappointed every single time.
Likewise, the more you say it, the more it makes sense for us not to actually compete. We are 3 ways to a flop. These hands are competing. Ace-9 still ahead. No one really.
The only
with
reason
any
I play
connection.
poker is to get guests for my podcast.
It works.
That's it.
Big names this week. Episode 200. Big names. Spraggy. And others. And friends.
I know that's how you're going to be promoting it when it comes out, man.
I'll flip the billing upside down.
Episode 200 with Spraggy and others.
Spraggy's not going to ruin his brand by promoting our podcast.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, silly me.
Well, I sure hope these players are having as much fun as we are.
Not much fun to be had here with the Queen 5 offsuit. This is actually a hand that will want to 3-bet sometimes. Do see the defend from Leisenlaut. Marco flopping a belly buster, to use the correct terminology. And it's a board where they're probably going to be okay betting quite frequently because a lot of the strong hands are taken out of Leisenlaut's range. They don't have kings, aces, or 9s, or ace-king, maybe not even ace-9. So a good spot to c-bet, and the c-bet wins.
Walk for Hero. Oh, here we go. Queens for Hero in the small blind. The raise comes from Lone Hicks with Jack 10.
Yeah, just over 20 big blinds. Looks like an easy all-in. Don't really want to take any smaller sizings.
Marco.
Ace-9 suited. Borderline, right?
Yeah, I think a little bit wide with the player in the cutoff still to consider. 20-something big blind jam. There are going to be wider jams than ace-9, but there's also a lot of stronger jams. And also Marco not really in a position where they want to change the balance of stacks. Them being the chip leader is a really beneficial position. Like having 45 million, you can kind of put people in the cage, you can apply pressure. Whereas, okay, huge part.
And hits an ace and a 9 on the flop. Diamonds are a factor. Safe river, and that sees Marco get lucky to eliminate Hero. The other Canadian player out in 4th place, leaving Lone Hicks as the sole representative of Canada. Hero cashes for $40,175, and Marco extends that chip lead. 64 million now for the qualifier. And Joe's not happy.
He's just a lover. He's a lover of poker. He's a lover of the game, and he just hates to see injustice on that scale. Joe feels every bad beat, even when they don't happen to him.
Sorry,
you okay, mate?
Need a minute.
Well, I said that Marco won't really want to upset the distribution of stacks, but if it's swaying the distribution massively in their favor, then they won't mind it at all. Huge flop with the ace-9. But I do think a little bit of a, again, to use that diplomatic term, James, a bit of an optimistic call.
Wow. Tens again for Marco Villa. Got the fold from King Queen. Raises small to big. Kenny Hicks with threes.
I think I'm shoving the threes. Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. Tens holding. And tens are good. And Kenny Hicks, a former Sunday Million champion, is dispatched in third place. And we're heads up between the two guys whose previous biggest live cashes were, what was it, $193 for Marco Villa.
It's a big shove.
And
That's a big shove.
$1,500 for Leisenlau. And this could be it, but that set of eights is going to see Leisenlau double up.
Even Stevens.
Okay, well, Marco came in with a huge chip lead to this heads up, but just open rips.
What is happening?
Open rips 37 big blinds. And then
What
the very
is
next
happening?
hand is King Deuce's open shove for 52 million.
Well, this is a little bit different than two players checking it down for no money on the line. We got 30K prize difference and two players just ripping it in.
Do these guys know that there is a $30,000 difference? That this is not like last week where they did a deal when we were playing for zero.
It's all in again. They're just playing push fold at 50-something big blinds deep. Hey, you can min raise. Okay, well, this is a very different approach to heads up no limit. You know, you expect a little bit of back and forth, maybe cagey back and forth with the pay jump as significant as it is. As you say, it's a very large sum of money. Not the way we would expect heads up to play, and a pretty giveaway hand. I will absolutely allow it.
Okay, whatever you're about to say, wrap it up quickly. This doesn't seem like it can take very long.
I'm going to raise a serious point, though. I mean, I appreciate that we've got two players who aren't particularly experienced. And I mean that in relation to the players that we would normally see at the final tables of high buy-in events. But if they just want to kind of get it over and done with, if they do want to just play effectively shove fold, hold them, why don't they just chop it? Why don't they just
do
the deal? Click the button.
Yeah. It feels like there's been a deal. There has not been a deal, but it feels like there should be a deal, right? If they, like say, if they're going to play like this and just neither of them really want to battle the heads up, chop the difference. And
that's exactly what Joe was saying, Spraggy. Last week we saw the guys do a deal heads up, and then for some unknown reason they decided to grind out the heads up battle for $0. This week,
even chop.
They're playing for 30K, and they're just kind of like, hey, all in.
Yeah, last week was a deal, and it played out like they were playing for the money they're playing for, and today the opposite. But we'll see. They've settled in a little bit. We have a little bit more of a reasonable rhythm to the heads up. There's a flop, and then there's a bet. But Marco really squandering that huge chip lead at the start with the aggressive king six.
It's got to be adrenaline.
Yeah, or just like I can end it right now, like you say, right?
Yeah.
Like, I can just do it right now. I'm heads up. If I get there with this hand, I have a huge chip lead. I can just take it home right now. Runs into the eights, doesn't pull it off, but we are heads up to a flop now, and this is a big flop for the deuce five.
Straight draw for Leisenlau.
Appeals to the repeat three, which, given the sizing on the flop, I wouldn't expect Marco to size up with much 3x. I mean, I say that. That's a nonsense statement. I'm not going to say what Marco would do with a 3. We might have seen him 10x put all in. So typically you'd expect Leisenlau to have more 3s here. I do think they're going to imagine, I would think they would bluff the river for 7 million. Good hand to bluff with. You got 5 high, never winning a showdown.
By
Plenty
the way,
of hands in your opponent's range that'll fold.
There are theories being posited, though, they must have done a deal during the break, or there must have been some conversation about it. I can say they have not done a deal. They have not utilized the deal function, and there has been no conversation in the chat at all. The word deal, numbers, none of those words have been mentioned. There's been no chat at all.
No, we are playing a real legitimate heads up for a not insignificant amount of money here.
Phantom's got a good point. Maybe
$31,000.
Marco's just worried about his internet connection again and is just trying to get it over with.
Well, we've got Leisenlaut limping here with ace jack suited. Marco with king 9. And flops top pair.
Yep, really strong hand heads up. I actually like the check from Marco. It's not a hand that you want to raise and potentially open up the chance of getting limp 3-bet all in. Marco goes with the triple pot on the flop, playing that top pair very aggressively. As much as it kind of like joking in the chat, it could be a thing that Marco, having disconnected,
He's
maybe
disconnected
like,
again. Look,
Disconnected.
yeah, maybe there's something going on where he's like, I need to finish the game.
that's a good point. That's a really good point. Well, Leisenlaut completes again, limping with the 10-9. Marco back online. King jack of diamonds.
The BT van is on his street.
4 horsemen of BT Open Reach.
Oh, open-ended straight draw for Leisenlaut. Second pair for Marco. 8.5 million. Just decides to jam. And it's all into call for Leisenlaut, who has the draw. Calls, gambles, and does not get there. It is over. We have a winner. It is Marco Villa, 19, who has taken down the Sunday Million. Satellited in.
This is almost as funny as Japan.
Satellited in for $5.50 and has won the first prize. No deal, ladies and gentlemen. $108,094.26. Leisenlaut second, the 77K.
James,
I did not expect last week to go the way it did. I did not
did we
expect
get
this
it
week
backwards?
to go that way.
Is there any chance we somehow got it backwards where last week they didn't make a deal and this week they did? Any chance of that?
No, I'm double checking. I'm triple checking. I have been informed that there was no deal. I'm looking at the payouts in the lobby, Joe. No asterisk. The full sums paid to second and first. But phenomenal cashes for both players. Their best online results ever. And for Marco to turn $5.50 into more than 100K is phenomenal. Spraggy, I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that what we saw this evening was conventional or in any way GTO poker, but I loved it. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
It's fun. That's what's fun about covering the Sunday Million, right? Because when we cover a 1K or 2K or 5K or big series, it's great because you see in poker at the elite level. But in the Sunday Million, anything can happen. Anyone can win. Marco in for $5 on a satellite and now over $100,000 cash. I'm a big fan of Heads Up No Limit. I was getting excited about watching a Sunday Million heads up for all the money. And we had like 5 or 6 all-ins and second pair jammed for 6x a pot and the 10 high called and didn't get there. But that's what the Sunday Million's all about. It's anybody's tournament.
Absolutely. Loved every second of it. And Joe, one last chance. Let people know what's coming up on this week's, not just audio podcast, but video podcast, the first in-vision edition of Poker in the Ears.
Poker in the Ears and Eyes. We got Spraggy. We got Jen Shahadi. We got Maria Ho. We got Josh Molina. We got Aaron Sorkin. And we got 15-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Phil Hellmuth Jr. All coming in your eyes and your ears.
And we're going to be recording that show over the next few days, and you will get to see it on this channel. Whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, it is going to go out live, premiered to the world at 6 p.m. UK time. That's 6 p.m. GMT on Friday. Enjoy that show. We'll be back in the PokerStars arena soon. But for now, from Ben Spragg, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night.